Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and we are well into Macintosh. And boy, oh boy, do I have big things tonight. You're probably thinking, well, Justin, LC pizza boxes aren't very big, but, oh, you see that thing behind me? That little, or rather big thing peeking out back there? Ooh, what do you think that is? For those of you that thought the sink was a myth, arg! It's a Justin-sized platinum-colored sink. Made in Canada. I got the email earlier today from Lowe's saying your order is available for pickup. And I decided that I would go ahead and pick it up at the store because I was going to have them deliver it. And then they told me while checking out, well, if you pick this up in store, we'll give you a coupon for your next purchase. So, of course, I thought, oh, well, that probably means they'll put it on the Lowe's truck that services the stores instead of ship it by a ground carrier. And it's still shipped to FedEx, but just to the store instead of me. Well, at least the store's not too far away, but the sink is here. As well as we have Sloppy Malibu, Frank S., Jack 68K, Everything is Broken Garage, Eric's Edge, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, Retro Techie, No You Cannot Have It, Dave's Vintage Apple Tech, K-Mac Vintage, who is running a contest right now to give away a Macintosh SE30, a 2K Compliant, welcome, I think this might be the first time you've joined us, Biggie John, and I'm sure many more lurking in the background, yes. So tonight is not a sink installation stream. I probably won't stream that because someone's going to help me with that, and I don't know if they really want to be live streamed. But tonight it is... Oh, Jeremy's... Yeah, oh, Retro Techie, did that sink come with a Naboo? No, it did not. Maybe I should complain to Lowe's. Lowe's, how dare you include a made in Canada sink without a made for Canada Naboo? And K-Mac Vintage is still looking for a donor for a keyboard and mouse for the SE30. Will, I wish I had something to contribute there, but I actually have only one ADB keyboard and one ADB mouse. And my ADB keyboard has been compared with oatmeal, I believe, in terms of which is more pleasurable to type on. And I think oatmeal won. Can you tell which model of keyboard I have? All right, let me grab the logic board that we will actually be working on. Although it looks like I left myself a little stack of boards here. I probably will have to move that sink at some point so I don't trip over it and knock it over. So, what do I have here? I have a pile of logic boards. All right, well, we will We will get to that one in a moment. And we will get to that one. So first, I thought I would start off with this board. I did the work on this board on Dave's stream on Sunday. It has since gone through the ultrasonic cleaner, as you might be able to tell because it doesn't look like there's any flux on it. Luckily, my bodge of bodges held. So there's the repaired egret chip. So I haven't tested it since I ultrasonically cleaned it, but that's not the first thing for tonight's stream. So, all right. But I will set that to the side. If we have time, I will probably pull the LC out to test it. What I'm actually going to work on is this LC2 board here. This is the one that I tested last week that came in the flat rate envelope with a layer of bubble wrap, maybe two, and, well, it worked. It screamed. I mean, the sound was awful coming out of it, but it actually did chime and boot and run. Now, it's been through the ultrasonic cleaner just to spare the board of any further electrolytic damage before I could rework it. But that's the one I'm going to work to tonight. Would 39 people please subscribe to Retro Techie's channel? There, I did my best, Retro Techie, but it looks like I only have 6 people watching right now. So, but because I apparently have a thing for rescuing pizza boxes, well, after my stream last week, I was browsing eBay, the place where I buy everything I regret, and I saw this lovely LC2 logic board and said, well, I'm going to buy it because it was relatively cheap. And because, well, who knows when I might be able to make use of it. I don't have the caps for it tonight because I wasn't going to place 2 orders with Console 5 in 1 week. But, yeah, the audio section looks nasty. I'll probably put it in my ultrasonic cleaner to get the electrolyte off before I get a cap kit. Although, maybe I'll remove the caps from this board tonight. There is some interesting damage, or at least substance on the board there, like maybe this board got wet at some point. Although the bottom of the board looks fine. The pins on the egret chip look especially delightful. And interestingly enough, this chip here has a very interesting look. It looks shiny, but I don't know why. Maybe it was made with a different plastic than the chips on other boards. Yeah, it actually looks different. Anyways, yeah, it's another LC2 board. I don't know if it works. We'll test it later. Quick. Well, I mean, I would certainly appreciate subscriptions too. But maybe if we get 39 more subscribers to Retro Techie, he'll stop asking for a day. And then he'll start wanting to get to 1,000. But don't we all? Don't we all? All right, so I am going to... Yeah, the shiny chip might have clear coat on it, honestly. All right, so I am going to remove these capacitors. And I normally use hot air to do that. And quite honestly, after watching Joe's stream last night, I kind of half want to try the cut the capacitors off the board method, but I don't know that my brain could handle the potential negative feedback there, so I'm instead just going to waste copious amounts of Captain tape to protect the board from places where I don't want the hot air to go, which will probably still result in a comment from someone asking why I didn't twist the capacitors off. 2 people disappointed with the fact that I would even have the thought of twisting the capacitors off. And Joe will probably say, your board, your method. Hey, Thomas, welcome. Yeah, the LC2 has the most caps on it, which is why the LC2 cap kit feels like the best bargain from Console 5 because of all the wonderful caps you get. Yeah. Retro Techie, you know how much it would cost to send that sync to Canada? Retro Techie, hit the caps off with a mallet. Well, I would like to point out, though, there are a few methods I've thought of that are the wrong way to remove capacitors. So we all complain about the ways that various YouTubers remove capacitors, and it's the wrong way. Now, I'm going to tell you some truly wrong ways of removing capacitors, and the first would be the 8-bit guy method. I cannot think of any way how you can safely remove capacitors using a Dremel. So this is probably a wrong way to try. So yeah, wrong way. Do not use a Dremel. You'll manage to do more damage than good. Wrong way to remove capacitors. All right, next wrong way. All right, we're gonna go to my shelf here. I know that the home improvement stores will try to sell you all sorts of cool battery-operated power tools that you can use various places. And I have to say, the multifunction oscillating tool is the wrong way to remove capacitors. I don't care how it looks like this blade will just graciously them off the board. This is the wrong way to remove capacitors. All right. Also, hitting the board with a rubber mallet is probably also the wrong way to remove capacitors, because last time I checked, rubber mallets are much bigger than the capacitor. That will probably cause collateral damage. Now that I've gone over the actual wrong ways to remove capacitors, the very carefully clipping them off with the wire cutters method doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, I don't know where my drill is, or I would have also added my drill into that bit before going to the right way. I mean, thinking about someone trying this to remove capacitors, they're just going to remove the entire contents of the board. A belt sander would also be the wrong way, but I don't have a belt sander. All right, Thomas, no, I'm not going to install an FPU socket on this board for reasons that will become apparent if this board successfully gets recapped. And also, it would quite help if the mystery upgrade board I have would get announced. But no, I'm not going to install an FPU socket on this board. However, it is quite possible that I will install one on this board, because I've got an extra one floating around, and this board is at the moment, a spare board for doing whatever with. So I may put an FPU socket on it, but this board here, I'm going to leave FPU socketless. And you might infer by me not putting an FPU socket on that the mystery upgrade board may or may not have an FPU socket on it already. Just saying. There are reasons why I might not put one on this board. But anyways, oh, hey, said Mac 356. Yeah, no, honestly, you're right. If the method you use does the least damage, go for it. I mean, and I think that's what Joe was emphasizing on his stream, using the clip method, because the way he does it is he holds the capacitor down to try and gets the clippers as low as he can, and then he goes very slowly. But he keeps gentle pressure on the top of the cap in order to minimize the upward pressure exerted on the capacitor. And I think when you phrase it that way, it doesn't sound as bad as if you just kind of come in and grip and clip, because you might slip and pull up and you've ripped pads. But yeah, I also, though, go with the same saying of, there's a woodworker on YouTube, Sawyer Design. He's got a saying, my fingers, my problem, to which he does have a point. And you might be imagining that it has to do with table saw safety, but it is my board, and ultimately, if I feel comfortable with the method most, then it is my board. And if you don't like the way I did it, well, it is an option. It just is a controversial option, but it can be done safely. Joe demonstrated it on his stream. So, oh, hey, Pterodon, welcome. Yeah, I know. Just like with adding thermal paste, the experts never realize they're not charging for their advice. Yeah, if they just charge for it, maybe they'd say, "Quiet." Yeah. You can't win on the thermal paste argument on YouTube. Save the Dremel for stripped screws. Yeah, exactly. Sad Mac. Retro Techie uses thermal paste to remove capacitors. Would someone please buy him a pine sill? I know it's not the best soldering iron, but it'll at least look nice on a shelf. We love you, Retro Techie. Yeah, Biggie John, if you make it past the decapping people, then you get to the thermal paste people. Yeah, exactly. Nick Lopez, hey, hammer and chisel would be very quick. Yes, very quick. Ah, Ryan, everything is broken garage, including the monitors in the video he shared on, I think it was Mastodon. Yeah, those were some sad monitors. If I'd realized that he was looking for pictures of monitors, I should have sent him a picture of my 12-inch RGB display and the nice crack in the board, and I can't repair it. Yeah. My chisels are up in my garage, so if I'd only thought of that, yeah, great for home dentistry, yeah. Yeah, I don't recommend removing capacitors with your teeth. Drill press with a stepper bit. Jack 68K. You could make a great Macintosh short removing caps with an oscillating tool. Only if it was on a board that's kind of already been removed from the probably the realm of possibly ever working again. If you thought Steve took an awful long time to get his Quadra 840 AV logic board to the point where it would chime, I think this logic board would probably take me double that just to maybe even get it to give me a speaker pop, because just look at all this collateral damage on the bottom of the board. And it's all from that darn battery. Yeah, I am going to do a short on removing batteries, and since you're watching tonight, the spoiler alert for one of them is that it's going to be on the worst ways to remove batteries. And the one is the just wait 30 years. See? It removed itself. Yeah, this is a parts board. It's a 2CI parts board, if anyone's wondering. Oh, let's see here. Jeremy describing the correct way to remove capacitors is like getting more than two people to agree on toppings and crust for a pizza. Don't let me get into what sauce to include. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thermoplaster is another topic. Yeah, you could try a sanding drum. Yeah. Anyways, so, yep, that is my, yeah, another topic, yeah, how to properly discharge a CRT. I have to say UPS did a pretty good job of trying to discharge the CRT that I got shipped. I think given the physical damage on it, I think it was almost to the point of permanent discharge of the vacuum. And that really wasn't a joke because I'm actually not sure how the neck board didn't bounce just enough to go and then it go psss. Unfortunately, I can't. The analog board in that monitor is just it'll be. I really need to replace it, and those boards are you pretty much have to buy another monitor. Oh yeah, and I get home to find my USPS mail, and I open the mailbox, and the door just about falls off my mailbox because I can only think that the courier must have hit the door of my mailbox with their car. To which I realized that I'd asked on Facebook if anyone knew if the USPS was responsible for damage their couriers caused, and I think though I kind of think I know the answer in the back of my mind is that the answer is no, of course not. The Congress probably gave them immunity of some type, and yeah, their carrier can rip the door off your mailbox, and then of course the next day not deliver your mail because the door is completely broken and they can't close it. So then making it your problem to fix, and I'll just have to go to the hardware store and buy a few. I think if I get a nut and a bolt and a washer, it'll still open and I can fix it because it doesn't look too bent up. Yeah, I think I'm out of luck in getting them to replace it. Unfortunately, one of my friends on Facebook posted, "Do you have camera evidence?" And I looked, and unfortunately, where my mailbox is, I didn't capture anything on camera, so I can't prove that they're the ones that hit the door. But yeah, I suspect that even though I think technically in Virginia, if you hit something with your car and you then leave, that it's a hit and run. But somehow I suspect the USPS has some sort of immunity from that. That if it wasn't intentional by the courier, then well, sorry. And of course, it's the USPS, so they won't even do the friendly Canadian sorry. But yeah, I think I'll be repairing my mailbox. Well, Jeremy, I don't know that if I can successfully ship that monitor to you, but but I guess though you've got a computer that's also impossible to ship, so I will set this monitor to the side in as safe of a place in my basement as I can for whenever we ultimately get to swapping things that are practically unshippable. Although, do let me know, in your resurrection plans, do you want the CRT tube or do you want the case? I mean, I will save the whole monitor for you, but the whole monitor is not shippable. It's already been damaged once by a shipping company. I don't think it would survive shipping again. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, something like that, Ryan. Yes, yeah, Joe, you missed my discussion on who's responsible for the damage to my mailbox that I think my postal carrier caused, and I think I've Joe is yeah, and I think pretty much the answer is I'm probably responsible for it because the carrier didn't like intentionally do it, and even then they still might not be responsible. Okay, I'll save the whole thing, Jeremy. I'll find a well, I guess that's as good enough a reason for me to put it back together at some point. I'll save it for you. So yeah, I guess if you want to try to resurrect it, I figured out that for what I bought it for, I can't fix it, because in order for me to fix it, I would have to buy an analog board that will cost as much as buying another entire monitor. So instead, I'm going to take the tact of just waiting until I go someplace like a VCF event, which hopefully will be VCF East this year. And then maybe someone will have in the consignment area a monitor, and I will be able to get it and transport it back myself. And then that way I know it arrives safely. Or find one in town, because they do appear occasionally on social media. I just have to be right place, right time. Also, if I run out of Macintosh things, I did get something cool in the mail today. So if I get this board reworked quick enough, I might pull out the Apple IIe, because I got a neat thing. Thanks to Adam's coffee tip last week. He was like, I want to see what you might be able to do with this instead of me. And well, I found a kind of neat upgrade for my 2E. And I'm calling it kind of neat, not necessarily because of what it is, because there are modern recreations that could have done the same thing, but I just kind of thought it was neat on the presentation of the item. So it won my some of my hard-earned coffee tips to buy a vintage upgrade instead of just buying a modern one, just because of it was neat. So I also, although I think I ordered it before my stream last week, it just took a while to arrive from Oregon State. I also have another 5¼ inch floppy drive, which actually I did order for Macintosh, assuming I get to the video. I wanted another 5¼ inch floppy drive. Not that I don't like my Mint one from Joe, but I found one on Mercari that someone didn't put green marker on the front of. If anyone doesn't realize why I call it the Mint floppy drive, it's got green marker on it. And it actually looked fairly clean and intact. And besides, with the Apple IIe and the disk controller card on it, I thought it would be nice to have 2 floppy drives to be able to hook up to it in case I want to copy that floppy. So, yeah, I took advantage of a decent price on an extra floppy drive for the 2E. And it's kind of for Macintosh. And that probably tells you exactly what I'm hoping to set up on the LC at some point to make a video on. Oh, hey, Sean. Yeah. And Adam, welcome. Yes, I got my, I need more flop. Well, Joe, yeah. Well, but your floppy drive gets a prominent place with the 2E you sent me. But for the Macintosh video I wanted to do, I really wanted 2 floppy drives. I have 2 floppy drives available, and yeah, one that didn't have green marker on it. So I splurged. But now I have 2 floppy drives. Well, technically I have 4 floppy drives, because I've got the Duo disc that's got the broken faceplate on it, but I've got those 2. But then I've got the 2 single drives. So, and actually the single drives match the color of my 2E, because I think the Duo disc or Duo drive or Duo whatever they called it, I think it's actually not platinum. It's also kind of yellowed. But yeah, if I get this board recapped and working, then I'll pull out the 2E, just because I'd kind of like to test the newest items. Oh, hey, RetroTech Chris. Yes, we do need to plan our next Friday. Especially because there's a YouTube, or not a YouTube, a eBay seller in up near your area, and I was going to see exactly how far close or far they are, and because they've got a couple items I've had my eye on that I don't really want them to ship, because one of them is definitely spindler plastic. So I will, I'll get you their address, and we'll also plan our Friday. Yes. Because, yes, I am meeting up with RetroTech Chris next Friday. We are going to do some retro thrifting. Or attempt to. Ooh, and... Ooh, ice cream. Adam now has 7 fully working 2Es in the house. Let's see, I probably need to turn this up. Oh, also let me bring out my little fume extractor of... I don't know exactly how much good it's going to do. Yes, I saw your picture, Adam, of the 2E that you found with the... That looks like the Euro version in a US case, and... Yeah, that kind of looks like exactly what it is, and I don't blame you for not wanting to overpay for what's probably just a... Someone put a 2E back together with spare parts, and all they had was a Euro board. I don't think there's any other mystery than that. Other than why they would have that in the US, that's kind of an interesting question, but... Yeah, I don't think there's anything sinister with that, but... yeah, $300 for that. Yeah, definitely don't blame me there, Adam, because there were, like, no unique cards in it, and it's quite honestly, they put together a system with the spare parts they had, and... I guess it's only the... Well, why would they use a PAL version of the board? But other than that, that's probably what they had. There's no big mystery. I mean, quite honestly, you could probably buy the parts to do it yourself cheaper, like way cheaper if you really wanted to, but... Yeah. Ice cream. All right, so I am I'm using Kapton tape, Admiral tape, Commodore tape, whatever tape. Oh, there is an NTSC Euro board. Oh, interesting. I hadn't heard of that, but... Well, that board then probably is a NTSC Euro board. Actually, you know, now that I think about that, I think I had heard that there was a I mean, Japan would be one place that probably could have used that, because they use NTSC, or used NTSC video. Actually, they probably still do. Well, I guess digital TV, it's really no NTSC versus PAL, but... Yeah, I'll message you some... I guess we can get on Messenger tomorrow, Chris, and kind of plan it out. But yeah, And I'll get you the address of this place to figure out if they're kind of exactly where they are compared to you, because all I can tell you is that they're in Falls Church, but I mean, it looks like a couple blocks away from certain things on the map, but depending on time of day, that could be like a huge out-of-the-way detour because of traffic. And plus, and there's also the thing, they may sell the items before I... yeah, they told me they'd hold items for 2 weeks, but I was going to wait till closer to make them an offer. But they have a beige Power Mac G3 that looked interesting. They kind of want a bit much for it, but I was going to make them an offer closer to what I'm willing to pay for it, and that is an item that I do not want to ship. oh, Ryan, RetroTech Chris is not coming here. I am going to up to where RetroTech Chris is, because where I live, yeah, I'm going to RetroTech Chris. He's got a lot more in terms of retro thrifting opportunities. Because while I might live close to a university town, it's, well, a city with a university. It's more like a small town in terms of some of the stuff we have. Although we do have a lot of good restaurants, but retro thrifting, not really a thing here. And I've looked. Yeah, yeah, DC traffic could be a mess, but it's okay. And, well, Chris told me will ride in his car, so he's used to the traffic. He's used to it, I'm not, so... Yeah, when Chris said that, well, we could leave the driving to him, I was like, yep, then we definitely need to make it a day, because... And yes, Chris, we are going to need to go to Micro Center, which actually I was, interestingly enough, was reading in the news, forget which news site it was, but apparently Micro Center is opening 3 new stores in the U.S. this year. So, one of them's in Indiana somewhere. I think Indianapolis, Indiana. Oh, well, that's neat. I had 2 capacitors come off, and one of them, I wasn't even, like, holding my tweezers on. Yeah, apparently they're opening 3 new stores. And despite the fact that Micro Center is a, like, micro chain compared to Best Buy, apparently a Micro Center location makes about twice per year the amount that a Best Buy location makes in a year. So it's like this article is quoting that a Micro Center store averages $84 million a year, and a Best Buy store apparently only averages $40 million a year, despite the fact that Micro Center has only 26 locations right now. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to go check out Micro Center, and I'm crossing my fingers that they will have Raspberry Pis in stock so I can grab one. I also need to get key switches, so... Yes, 3 or so places we go, yep. Yeah, the Falls Church place, Chris, they don't do... well, I'll actually send you their link. But they don't do in-person sales, so it's not like we can go and browse around. But they do have an eBay store, and they will let you schedule a pickup. So if I do manage to make a successful offer on the few items I'm watching, I'll plan to pick them up in person. So it's not a guaranteed stop, but if I do make them an offer on that beige G3, which currently looks like there's no broken plastic on it, I definitely want to try to keep it that way, because I know that even them being as close to me, the moment they put it in a box and send it UPS or FedEx, it's going to have broken plastic. So ooh, okay, if we end up in Reston or Tyson's Corner around lunchtime, we'll go to, ooh, Brazilian Steakhouse. That sounds really good, Chris. Ooh. It's also incentive for me to get myself up earlier next Friday to leave earlier than I would normally leave the house. So, Joe feels just like a box of broken plastic. Annie Lennox, probably. Oh, I heard something crinkling in the basement, and I was trying to figure out what it was, but it's just me crinkling some Captain tape. Around Richmond. Well, Adam, I may, depending on which side of Richmond it is, might see if I can manage to meet up or something, but yeah. Because one side of Richmond's fairly convenient, and the other side's like not really that convenient at all. Like, I can get to the Short Pump Apple store in, I think, a little over an hour. But that's because it's on the same side of Richmond that I'm on my side of Richmond. So for me to get to Short Pump, that's like I think it's the second Richmond exit. I think the first Richmond exit is the 288 bypass, and then the second Richmond exit is Short Pump. Okay, well, it's kind of one of those. If we can make it work, we'll meet up, and if not, there's always next time. But yes, I know one of the things I'd like to do that I will be putting my coffee tips to this month is, in terms of me attempting to go to VCF East, as I really for sure really would like to make channel stickers. And in enough quantity that I could hand them out at VCF East. And if I can't make VCF East work, I'm going to actually send the stickers up with someone to hand them out. So, any case, I really would like to make sure stickers are at VCF East for my channel. And why am I hearing, I kept hearing a ringing noise thinking it was my doorbell. And then I realized, no, if it was my doorbell, my phone would give me a push-up notification, and it's actually the noise of my fume extractor. Oh, yeah, fixed your laptop to connect. Yeah, Jeremy, that is kind of the thing, though, with only 26 locations. They're obviously cherry-picking the most profitable ones. Because actually, the other thing that they do differently than Best Buy is... Oh, all right, Sean. We'll see you later. Yeah, Micro Center does a lot to drive in-store traffic because they apparently like to prioritize in-store sales. So there's a lot of things if you go to their website. I mean, there's some stuff they'll ship, but there's a lot of stuff that they won't ship, but you can place an order for in-store pickup. And of course, they're a good place to buy components. You walk in and they got like, I think you could build a computer from the things you can find at Micro Center. So we'll give them that. Let's see. And I realized I forgot to bring up the recapping guide. Resources, this LC2. CompUSA. I didn't realize CompUSA was still in business. Oh, hey, John. All right, well, glad you popped in to say hi. Yeah, I think the closest CompUSA to where I am was in Richmond. I did stop in there once. Then the store closed. So yeah, it's kind of Micro Center apparently is really picky about where they open stores, so. Three of the largest cities in Arkansas are Hot Springs, Fort Smith, and Little Rock. Yeah, I don't know what, oh, cool, 82 videos in the Macintosh playlist. Oh, Adam's confirming CompUSA no longer exists. Yeah, I was kind of thinking they went the way of the dodo bird. Yeah, I don't know what Micro Center's requirements are for opening a store in a location, but I suspect large metropolitan area might be one of them. And I can't help to think that there's probably some reason why the only one they have in Virginia is in the DC area. And that I don't think they've ever had one open in Richmond, which is our state's capital, which is also a fairly large metropolitan area. Ooh, a free geek in Fort Smith. Cool. Actually, I was watching an auction that Free Geek had, and I almost bought a video card. It was a ISA, it was a diamond video card. It was ISA. It would have been a really nice one. But they had another auction that had 0 bids a short time later, and it was I got to pick one or the other, and I think I chose poorly. Because I decided that I was going to try to get the one that had 0 bids for the Pentium 2. But in the meantime of when the first auction ended and when the second auction ended, well, it got a bid. And then I realized that the video card in the second auction was really, for what it was of the day, wasn't a great video card. So I was like, oh well. Yeah, it was like a GeForce 2 Ti, which I was like, oh, it's a Ti card. That must mean it's really good. But apparently the GeForce 2 was like not really that great of a chipset. So, all right, so using the cap kit from Console 5, and it's kind of one of those things for electrolytic caps. The stripe is on the negative side, but these are tantalum caps, so the stripe is on the positive side. Yeah, yeah. Well, Ryan, I know that getting a Console 5 kit to Canada is longer than getting it to the US, but yeah, I also refresh it every 5 minutes to see if it gets there faster. All right, RetroTech Chris saying, the Micro Center in Dallas is identical to the one in Fairfax, Virginia. Same 80s style. Yes. Yes, if you're ever up in the DC area and you stop at Micro Center, it is in an older shopping center. And I mean, the outside of the store looks dated. So don't expect the inside of the store to look any less dated, because it looks straight out of the 80s and it's actually kind of awesome. Even though you're buying new stuff, it feels like you're shopping for computer equipment back in the 80s. Although I was kind of too young to really know. Plus, where I would have been in the 80s didn't have a Micro Center. Well, and we didn't have a home computer till the, like, well, early 90s. And yeah, I kind of wish I had it, but Dad gave it away when we got our the computer that replaced it. So, our first family computer was a Apple II Plus hand-me-down, and well, I guess when he gave it away, I didn't know he was going to do it, but I probably also wouldn't have known to, at the time, to have tried to keep it. All right, so, see, those are going to be the 47s. So what I'm doing here is getting the $107. Oh yeah, that was right. I'm getting these two caps that are the single ones. And I just realized I should have probably double checked what I put on the board, but I think I got it right because it's the other cap would have not fit on the pads. Oh yeah, that's the 105. Yep, okay. Yeah, I got it right. Yep, that's the 107. All right. Which also conveniently, these are the two trickiest to get to caps. Or well, no, one of them is the trickiest because of how close it is to plastic. In fact, actually, even though I am using the soldering iron, I don't know how much good it will do, but I'm actually going to add some Captain tape to that plastic in an attempt to shield it from my soldering iron. And it might not work that well, but because these two caps are like so close to these plastic audio jacks. All right. Oh yeah, and RetroTech Chris has told me that the Micro Center in Fairfax will be moving soon because they're revitalizing the shopping center. So yeah, I hope Micro Center stays in Fairfax, because even though it's kind of a bit out of the way, it is definitely a really nice store, and I'd hate to see them I'd hate to see them leave Fairfax, because at least it's a drivable distance from where I am. Even if traffic gets hectic when you get to Fairfax. But what am I saying? Actually, the first car I ever bought, I bought it in Fairfax. And if you want to talk about stressful driving your new car, although it was well, new to me, it was a used car. Stressful time driving your new to yourself car. Pick the DC area on the Friday of a federal holiday weekend. Unfortunately, the car dealership is no longer there. I don't know exactly where it was, but it looks like they're probably putting in housing or something where I think it was. But it was I think it was the Saturn dealership. So RetroTech Chris might actually kind of remember where it was. But to get from the Saturn dealership to, I guess, I'm trying to think of the city. It's where you would get on to, I think the first place where you can get on Interstate 66 if you're going 29 north. Which normally I think is like on a normal day is like 30 minutes. I think it took me like 90 minutes to go that far. And it was like so stressful. And it didn't help that there was it was like one of the cicada bloom years. So not only was I trying not to hit cars, but just the number of cicadas that were just crawling around my car as I drove through Fairfax was just gross. Yeah, 14 people watching, only 11 likes. Wait a minute, you need to share this video with your social media contacts. I need more viewers too. Yeah, that was a fun choice. I realized that if I ever buy a car in the DC area again, before I schedule the date to pick it up, check the calendar. Yeah, that was probably the real mistake I made. It wasn't the, I mean, I got a good deal on it. It was a decent car, although it was a Saturn, so it was like one of the last Saturn, one of the last years for the particular model year that it was, so it had its quirks and issues. Their quality had definitely declined since I'd first learned about Saturn. It was a nice car, though. For what I was buying at the time, I don't know that I could have done much better, so I don't regret buying it, but it wasn't the best car I've owned, I'll put it that way, but yeah. I should have looked at the calendar before scheduling when I was going to pick the car up. That was probably the biggest mistake. Yeah, the Friday of a 3-day federal holiday weekend is probably not the time to pick up a car. It was afternoon too. That's probably not the best time to pick up a car if you're not used to DC traffic. All right, so your car is 15 years old and just hit 85,000 miles. Wow. Yeah, mine is actually mine is 14 years old. And I actually am at 112,000. So, a Toyota Avalon that you got for your son and you drive it more. Actually, I don't blame you there, Chris. Avalons are nice cars. I don't blame you for wanting to take it for a test drive every now and then to make sure it's in good working order for your son. Yeah, no, that Toyota will, yeah, Jeremy's like, that Toyota will never die. Yeah, yeah, those old Toyotas are like, built like tanks. Well, or tanks, that's probably not the right word. Are built with reliability in mind. Actually, I think my parents are slowly convincing me to try when I do need to replace my Subaru to at least test drive the Honda CR-V, which would be Honda's equivalent to the car I have now. I've got a Forester. So, yes, Dad, I know you watch my live streams, so yep. Now you know, you and Mom have convinced me when I do start looking at cars, I will test drive a CR-V. I mean, I'm obviously going to test drive a newer Forester too, but they're quite nice as well. But yes, I will definitely try the CR-V as well. Yeah, the RAV4s do seem small to me. I do agree with that. Oh. But yeah, as I took my car in I guess it was a couple weeks ago, the Subaru waiting area is currently at the Honda dealership, so while the Subaru dealership gets renovated, I have no idea what they're doing. I quite honestly have no idea. I think they're putting a new service entrance in. Which is probably good because actually their service department is busy, like so busy. They have cars lined up through the parking lot just to people lined up for service because it probably should say something that, yeah, it's the I mean, yeah, it's the dealership, but they are one of the, well, I guess I haven't really dealt with many dealerships, but they are actually in this area probably one of the better dealerships to actually deal with. Yeah, I know there's so many dealerships where you I guess it probably says something to their reputation that I'd still take my car in for service there. Because there's so many dealerships that, will do something to make a quick buck, but you'll never be back. And yet I've had this car for 14 years, and I still take my car to them for service because they are one of the rare dealerships where they, I think, have actually learned what it takes to keep a customer coming back to your service department, and that is not make the quick buck, but actually do what's needed, recommend what Subaru recommends, or maybe what they recommend, but to not do the lie, cheat, and steal. Oh, you got all this stuff wrong, and you take your car to another mechanic to compare, and that other mechanic's like, yeah, you could have gotten away with $5 a $5 part you can install yourself. So, yes, dealerships like that, I have to say, are few and far between these days. And that probably, yeah. Oh, Adam used to own a Dodge Dart. Ooh. Retro Techie, get a Hyundai if you hate driving a good car. Jeremy will never get another Chrysler product. Yeah. Yep, Joe's like replying to Adam. That was when Dodge wasn't crap. Yep, you're right. You're right, Joe. Back then, Dodge Dart, those were good cars. Yeah, nowadays I wouldn't touch a Dodge with a 10-foot pole. Or for you Canadians, I think that'd be approximately 3-meter pole. It's close enough. I'm sure Joe's like probably furiously typing now what 10 feet is exactly in meters, but it's not necessarily the exact length of the pole that's important, but it's a pretty long pole. All right. So, yep, I've installed the 1 microfarad cap. I installed the 100 microfarad cap. I installed the 47s. So now it's just time to get the 10 microfarads. So well, Adam, I don't know what type of car you're looking for, but I know my parents had an Impreza. Or wasn't it? No, it wasn't an Impreza. It was a Legacy. And they honestly weren't that impressed with it as compared to the Honda CR-V. Although I know those aren't the same category car. I've got a Forester, and granted, I just bought the base model because I didn't want anything fancy, but it's treated me right for 14 years. I mean, the only thing with the Subarus, and I'm sure Ryan could chime in and agree, is that the horizontal engines are more prone to head gasket leaks. So that would be my only caution about a Subaru, is that eventually you're going to have head gasket leaks. Now, for someone that keeps a car a short amount of time and sells it, maybe that's less of a concern. But if your current car is as old as is about as old as mine, then, well, you might just want to keep in mind that the horizontal engines, just the way that when the car is not running, the fluids kind of sit on the I guess, what am I trying to say? They kind of, where they're able to pull on the, also try to decide which order to go in, pull on the head gaskets. I think it's kind of, over time, can I guess, wear away at the head gaskets. So that would be my only word of caution on the Subaru. So yeah, I did have to replace the head gaskets in my Forester a couple years ago. So if I own it long enough, I'll eventually have to do it again. But other than that, it's treated me right. That's really the only major repair I've had to do to it. I think the next most expensive thing I had to do to it was replace the air conditioning compressor out of warranty. So oh yeah, mine's. Oh yeah, that is true, Ryan. The turbos are more prone to it, but my Subaru is not a turbo. It's just the for those of you that know your Subaru engine naming nomenclature, mine would be the 2.5X. You know, it'd probably help if I just realized I probably should put some flux on the board. Probably help those a little more. Yeah. So yeah, the Saturn I had before my Subaru, it was like the one car I bought an extended warranty on and won. Yes, I actually, my Saturn, I actually bought the GM extended warranty. Definitely got more than my money's worth out of it because of all the little things that would fail on the car. It liked to eat oh, what's the name of the thing that attaches I think the wheel to the wheel to the axle. So I think in having that car for like in 4 years. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, the bearing. Yeah, the wheel bearing. In 4 years, I had to get 7 wheel bearings replaced. Honestly, I think at some point, someone was telling me that, yeah, given what the car was doing, it was probably a case of the only way to really fix the problem would have been to have replaced all 4 wheel bearings at the same time. Because someone told me that probably the real problem there was that there was some sort of I guess that the real fact was one of them would start to fail, and then the others would I guess take more load from the first one starting to fail or something. I don't know. But they were trying to tell me that really the way to fix that would have been if the GM extended warranty would have been willing to have replaced all 4 wheel bearings at the same time, which of course they weren't, because they only replace what fails, not what's going to save them in the long term. I don't know if what that person was trying to tell me is actually correct, but I mean, it made sense to someone that knows enough about cars to know when you can continue driving and when you should probably pull over and call a tow truck. Yeah, probably should ask your own mechanic if that advice is right for you. But yeah, someone told me that, yeah, it really, the way the car was working through wheel bearings, it really, to fix the root of the problem, it would have needed to have had all 4 wheel bearings replaced at the same time to, and possibly there was some other thing that would have needed to have been done too. But yeah, when I traded that car in, I actually had a scheduled maintenance appointment for it, and I called the not Subaru, but Saturn dealership up, because the GM extended warranty required you to take the car to a GM dealership, which was probably the most annoying part of it. It was slightly less annoying after GM discontinued the Saturn brand, and to which then the extended warranty could be used at any GM dealership, because actually, since it was a Saturn, while there were still Saturn dealerships with service centers, you had to actually take it to a Saturn dealer to have the service performed. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan saying, yeah. Yeah, you just needed 4 new wheel bearings and 1 brand new Honda Civic. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that I should have. I think I had considered the Honda Civic when I got my Saturn, and yeah, maybe I should have gone with the Honda Civic. But I got what I thought was a really good deal on a fully loaded Saturn or Saturn. Yeah, I get the 2 brands mixed up because my brain. Yeah, I got a fully loaded Saturn at a really good price. It was a demo car, so it still was under factory warranty, which meant I could get the GM extended warranty, and yeah, that warranty paid out more than I paid for it in repairs. And then the icing on the cake was when I called them up, because you couldn't transfer the GM warranty. Or, well, I think you could transfer it, but not if you were trading the car into a dealership. I don't remember what the deal was. So anyways, I had to call the GM warranty up and say I just traded my car, and they're like, okay, we'll send you a check for the prorated refund. And I was expecting that they were going to pull some stunt where they looked at how much they'd paid in repairs and were going to come back and say, oh yeah, you have no refund because we paid out more in repairs. But no, apparently, at least whatever warranty I got, didn't have such a clause in it. I actually got a refund that was prorated for the number of months left. So the only time I bought an extended warranty and it actually paid for itself. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not keeping up very well with the chat because of these, just trying to get these small capacitors in. Oh, yeah, Ryan, your mom's 2017 Tiguan's warranty is now paid out twice. What it cost her, 2 turbos and 2 full sets of injectors and coils, and full set of control arms. Ouch. That's, yeah, that's some, that's quite the list of repairs. Interestingly enough, I actually did buy the extended warranty for my Subaru when I first bought it, and I actually canceled it while I was in the cancellation period because I got to realizing that I thought I'd made a mistake and actually canceling it was not the wrong decision. Because it turns out all that the extended warranty would have paid for was 1 air conditioner compressor. Yeah, I don't remember what that cost me to replace, but it was much less than the warranty cost. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a good one. I made, Adam made Honda put a new transmission in your Prelude at 35,998 miles. Yeah. Well, I guess in that case, it's good that good that you were able to convince them to do it. All right, I got 1 cap left, and then I'll, well, you know. Okay, well, that cap's gonna be a little crooked. So. All right, 1 more cap. And then I will, well, I'll clean the flux off and then, well, actually, I think to get this cap on, I need to remove the Captain tape. Yeah, yeah, Ryan's got me talking about cars, and this is a computer live stream. Of course, it did remind me, I saw a case get listed on eBay today that so reminds me of the first case that I put my first computer in. And the seller wants too much, naturally, because it's a beige computer case, and it's an AT computer case, so of course it's Steve Jobs' rare prototype mint. well, the PC equivalent. So I guess it would be Bill Gates Rare Prototype Mint. I don't know. Someone will probably buy it before I decide that it's been listed long enough to bother lowballing them on it. But it feels like the appropriate case to put my 386DX in. I'm just waiting for someone to ask the natural question, well, why would you put the 386DX in it? And to which I will reply, it's a full tower case. Think of how silly it would be to have a baby AT motherboard in a full tower AT case. I mean, I'm talking like the six 5 1/4 drive bays, I think. I mean, it's like the full on full tower. But they want like $160 for it plus shipping. And I mean, that's possibly more than it cost brand new. I know they're hard to come by, but it's like there is this sense of risk that they're just going to slap it in a box with a one overwrap of bubble wrap and call that sufficient to protect it. I think it also might have been one of the cases they had listed that would have also made a nice suitable case for one of my AT motherboards. It had part of it was missing. It's like, no. The part of the case that holds the power button was missing on the front, and they wanted premium dollars for it. I think there's something wrong with this full tower case, too, because it was like, no. Yeah. Actually, this seller actually did have another full tower case that had redundant power supplies, and of course they're saying that that's ultra rare, and yeah, those cases weren't common even back then, but unless you're like building a server out of old hardware and need the uptime, it's like a 16 5 1/4 inch drive bays. Okay, maybe that. Yeah, Adam, I didn't have a case that big. Someday I'll show the picture on stream that I have of the build. The only reason I haven't shown it is because the only two pictures I have of my first computer build are both out of focus. Because the camera I had when I did the build was a film camera that was a focus-free. It was a 35 millimeter point and shoot camera, and I was too close. So of course, by the time I actually got the film developed, I don't know that I had the case still because it was just so impractically huge. I know there has to be some reason why I didn't take pictures of it again when I got the pictures back from film developing. And of course, maybe it was just resigning to the fact of, well, I'll never be able to get close enough for it to be in focus and you still see what's in the computer. But yeah, those pictures are out of focus. So all you can really confirm is the fact that I had bought an unreasonably large computer for the small number of drives I actually had in it. It was just like, younger me thought, I'll buy the largest case I can afford so I can put lots of drives in it. And like, no. Yeah, never came close. Okay, well, at least I think I got the Probably got enough flux off of it to try. The egret chip looks respectable. I'm not going to try to reflow it because it looks fairly decent. Yeah, I got some of the caps crooked. They're, for the most part, I guess they look pretty good. But anyways, there we go. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, Ryan, both drain your bank account if you don't work on them yourself. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, an oil change at the dealership is up to like $89.95. Now, granted, that is a full synthetic oil change, but that's also like twice, I think. Well, okay, not quite twice what I paid the time before. Granted, I think over the past year I put so few miles on my car, it was well, okay, some car person's probably going to tell me I still spent too long before getting the oil changed, but well, yeah. I think it was the time before when I got my oil changed. I sure thought it was only $49.95. My tweezers are like gross. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joe's telling me that to sell the AT case at a premium price. Yep. The feature is Bill Gates jumped over this case once. Yep, that's true. Adam's going to have to sell a few computers to make up for the stuff he's bought this week. Yeah. I got some stuff I need to list on eBay. Or I don't know. Maybe I'll if I think about it, maybe I'll create a list and post it on the Macintosh Friends Discord first. Because the next things on my list that I need to sell is I got a little bit of camera equipment that I don't use, so maybe the Macintosh Friends Discord would be as good a place as any to, if anyone's looking to up their camera game. Otherwise, it's going to get listed on eBay. Yeah, some of those Novell servers. Oh, yeah, Biggie John. Some of those Novell servers, yeah. In fact, actually, Jeremy has a computer set aside for me because, so I'm at work yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Well, if it wasn't yesterday, well, close enough. So I'm at work, and out of the blue, I get a message from Jeremy that says something like, "Would you ever want to try an 8 CPU, 700 megahertz Pentium 3 system?" And and Jeremy, the only reason why you didn't get a reply sooner is my brain had to process all the numbers to make sure I was reading the number of CPUs correctly. It's like, of course. I realize that's usually not what I look at on my channel, but when it comes to getting the chance to try something like that, I can't. That is an offer I cannot refuse. Just I mean, after all, that would have been the hardware that quite possibly could have been serving some of the websites we enjoyed back in the day. I mean, yeah. So I'm like, okay, yeah, and Jeremy sent a picture as proof, so that I was able to indeed take a look at this picture and count. And I was like, yeah, there are indeed 8 Pentium 3 processors in here, and a humongous, giganto RAM board. Yeah, this server, it's like a I think just by looking at the picture, it's probably a 6U server. I mean, it's at least 4U, but I think it might be a 6U. Yeah, Joe's like 8-core Pentium 3. That would probably still run all right today. Yeah, I bet that might run. That'll probably run Linux like a champ still. But yeah, the opportunity to try something like that, I couldn't pass that up. So yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? Yeah, Jeremy, I need cameras. Period. Yeah, I'll yeah, I got camera stuff, and I would like yeah, kind of need to sell it to have some spending money to buy other stuff that I need or want. Some of it's wants. Some of it's most definitely wants. Some of it might be to buy a little bit of camera equipment to go with my current camera. Um, but yeah, I'll probably post a list on the Macintosh Friends Discord if they'll have something like that that's camera equipment. Oh, or I might. I don't know. I kind of wanted to contain off eBay, but yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, Jeremy's saying that. Yeah, that's the eight Pentium 3 Xeons. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan's asking if anyone. Oh yeah, Ryan's looking for a case. If he sent a picture, so let him know. Yeah, I gotta do my taxes this weekend. Which, by the way, Dave, I don't know if I'll be able to join the stream this weekend because I have like got to do my taxes. So, if I get them done soon enough, I'll be on Dave's stream. But yeah, I kind of gotta take a I gotta file them this weekend. It's like gone on long enough. So, because I'm fairly sure I'm due a refund, but if I'm not, I kind of would like to know this month. I'm pretty sure I'm due a refund. I need to fix my withholding because I think my withholding's wrong. Uh, anyways, yeah, I kind of need to do my taxes, and I think a month before they're actually due is as good a time as any to do them, since I think I now have all the documentation I need, and I just got to sit down and go through less than optimally organized receipts. Because every year I say I'm going to organize these receipts better, and then the year goes zoom, and then I get to tax season, and I'm like, ugh, I organized these receipts very poorly. I'm going to organize these better next year. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'll I mean, it's not like I'm gonna try to work on them Saturday too, but last time I did my taxes, it took me a significant amount of time to go through all my receipts and sort them out. So I'm estimating that I will probably manage to spend Saturday doing that. I guess at least the one consolation prize is it's kind of going to be chilly this weekend, so it's not like I'm going to want to do anything outside. Except, though, I should really probably replace the last 3 lights on the outside of my house with the new lights I bought while it's cold outside, because wasps, I've noticed when I replace the other ones that wasps, at least in the past, have started to build nests behind the lights. So I may do that too this weekend to replace the lights while it's cold outside before the wasps would start to build nests behind them. So, but yeah, U.S. taxes are due April 15th. Except I think April 15th is is April 15th a Sunday or a weekend this year? It's kind of one of those, they're due the 15th, unless the 15th is a holiday or a weekend, then they're like due the Monday after. But if the 15th falls on a holiday, which it does because of a holiday in DC, then it's like due the next day. I can't keep track of when they're. I just remember April 15th, and if the actual date's been moved because of a holiday in DC, then well, I guess I can't be wrong for achieving to get them done by the 15th. April 18th this year. Yep, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking that, yeah, the 15th is, the 15th is, okay, Saturday, which means, yep, because it's Saturday, then it would be due the following Monday, the 17th, but the 17th is a holiday in DC, so they're due the 18th. Yeah, that's, yep, okay. Joe says they're due the 18th. So, yeah, that sounds right. Because, I get, it's kind of that DC holiday that gets me, because it's not a federal holiday. It's it's like a city, or it's a DC holiday. So the District of Columbia is closed. Whatever. Anyways, if you're still not sure about when your taxes are due, consult a tax professional. Quite possible that Dad's gonna will send me a message after he watches this. Is like, yeah, I just asked your mom. She confirmed it's the 18th. Yes, my mom is an accountant, so if anyone in the family who I would know that I could ask and they would know exactly when the taxes are due, that is yeah. She will know for sure. Anyway, so special, yeah. Ryan just noticed that I forgot that I had stuck the secret upgrade card in this computer, and yeah, I'm sure if someone was really creative, they would just support Joe on Patreon and something or other. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so on this LC board, oh yeah, the little clips that hold the power connector in keep breaking. Probably a side effect of the fact this was shipped in a flat rate envelope, and that connector got like smashed, making the power connector a bit more fragile. Anyways, so this is the LC2 case. You probably noticed the LC2 logic board was not in it. That's because the LC2 logic board is in another computer, which we'll probably get to because it's only 9:47. So we'll probably get to that. Why would I have it in another computer? Well, reasons. But yes, the super secret upgrade board, which is going to remain a mystery because I am not aware that any product announcements have been made yet. Or I haven't been told by anyone that, well, you don't need to keep it a secret because someone already spilled it on some other forum or whatnot. Well, anyways, let's see. Oh yeah, the Mac Charlie. Yeah, that was Mac. Yeah, I've not seen a Mac Charlie, except though I think someone posted a picture of one on one of the social media sites. I don't remember if it was Instagram or Mastodon or Twitter. I don't know if it was Twitter. It could have been multiple, but yeah, the Mac Charlie seemed neat. All right, so I plugged in video. I'm gonna plug in power. This is the LC2 case. The power supply has been recapped. I put the logic board that was in here in another Mac. I'm not going to plug in the Blue SCSI just yet. I just want to see if this chimes. I got the speaker plugged in, fans plugged in. And I'm just bringing up the capture window, and I'm going to switch to capture. And 3, 2, 1. And no chime. Oh, there we go. That's weird. Might have some flux or something underneath something. I mean, I will ultrasonically clean this, but yeah. Or I got one of these capacitors isn't quite soldered. I'll double check everything, but that was a weird delayed chime. Yeah, Ryan, I think's figured out what something. Yeah, my LC2 is weird like that too. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. Can anyone tell what I forgot to put in the system? I know exactly why I got a delayed chime and why the screen is solid gray with the corners not appearing. Does anyone see anything missing? Joe sees something missing, I know for sure. Maybe that's a hint. Yeah, I forgot the video memory. Yeah, I bet it fires up right away this time. See, there we go. I'm actually surprised it chimed without any video RAM. Yeah, LC2 doesn't need a battery. Ew, it's still audio doesn't sound that great. Oh wait, that might be the fan. No, there is definitely static coming out of the speaker. I might need to double check my capacitors. I might have one that's not soldered on both sides. Okay, we did get the blinking question mark, but there's also static on the speaker, so did I not get one of the capacitors soldered? Well, they all appear to be soldered. No. I did miss one of them. Yeah. I missed one of the sides of C21. All right, well, let me double check the rest of them. Let's see, that looks good. Good. I should probably count them. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. They all look soldered now that that one's soldered. Yeah, I had, I guess I might need to check. I might need to resolder a couple of these. Let me try it again. Actually, now that I look at it, that capacitor might be on the voltage regulator for the audio circuit. Oh. Also, what you didn't see was I had a green screen, but I also didn't realize I'd bumped the video cable out part way. I mean, I am definitely hearing some static. I mean, it's not like loud static, it's pretty faint. I mean, it quite honestly might be just interference from not having the case on. Hey, Retro Decker Die, welcome. I mean, it's possible that one of these caps isn't quite soldered that great. I mean, I could also have a bad... One of those caps could have been suboptimal. Oh, you know, I think having the monitor cable bumped when I powered it on, I don't think it liked that, because I think the boot process crashed. There we go. There we go. Got corners, got the mouse cursor. Yeah, I think these LCs and the way their video circuit works, they don't... If they don't see what resolution the monitor is when you power it up, they don't continue booting. The boot crashes. Because yeah, I got the gray checkerboard background now. So yeah, I'll plug in a... Okay, if I get the blinking question mark again, I'll plug in some peripherals. The low level of static is kind of bugging me, but maybe I need to ultrasonically clean it. I mean, I cleaned it just enough to get flux off the board. Well, you know, I thought I would have seen a blinking question mark by now. Huh. Did I choose poorly which one to recap? All right, we'll see you later, Rudy. I haven't tried yelling at it, Ryan. I'm too nice of a guy to yell at it. Huh. Interesting. Could there be something wrong with this board after all? All right, I'm checking the polarity of the caps while I wait to see if anything happens. May pull the board out and give it another scrub. Actually, I guess I should probably check to see if anything feels hot. Threaten to make it e-waste. Yes, I will e-waste you, logic board, if I have to. I'll reuse your parts for other uses before that. All right, we'll leave it powered off for 30 seconds or so. Huh. What are the chances I have a bad egret chip on this board? All right. I guess the prudent thing would be to check voltages here. All right. Don't know what's going on. Which is why I've powered up the multimeter. And for those of you wondering, it is not the popular multimeter of other YouTubers. I think I know of a YouTuber that uses the same meter as I do. But that's it. And that would be fixed until broken. And also, it looks like I need to... I keep forgetting where the setting is to have it actually output the numbers on the screen. Second. Oh, that's not it. It is second address. Oh, there it is. There we go. So we have 5 volts there. And 12 volts and -5. All right. And I think on this connector here, so we got 12 volts down on this end of the board. That's -5. And I think that one is not... That one's the one I'm looking for. 5 volts. So, I minimized chat. So, sorry if you're screaming at me. I can't see the chat. Just trying, checking a couple voltages. It's actually the Fluke. It's a Fluke 45. So it looks like we got 5 volts on the Actually, is that... Yeah, looks like we got 5 volts on the ROMs. I think if I check audio capacitors, see, that's 4 volts, which might be fine. Let's see here. That's 5 volts. 2 volts. 4 volts. One of these, some of these are 4 volts. 8 volts. Okay, there we go. So we do have 8 volts up here. That, but that's good. Interesting. No, I should not need to add RAM because there's 4 megabytes of RAM on board. So here's 4 megabytes. I mean, it is possible. Trying to think. Okay, so we get a chime. We get the gray background. We get the gray screen. Just thought I would spray some contact cleaner where I might have accidentally gotten flux. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, can I restart the stream? Yeah, I wish I could. Oh, hey Eric, welcome. Have I tried the double tap power? Well, that is not something I was aware of that you have to do on the LC2, but we'll try it if it contact cleaner didn't fix it. There's a little speaker boop. Corner, oh, you can't see it because I need to change. So we got the corners, we got the mouse cursor. I don't have a keyboard and mouse plugged in. I don't have a SCSI device plugged in either. But we never get the... Well, we saw it the first time. We saw the flashing question mark. Or did we? Actually, I don't know if we did. I'd have to, is the battery good? Well, I don't have a battery in it. But I guess I could put a... Wasn't aware that you had to put a battery in the LC2, but well, I suppose I could put one in to just make sure. This should be a good battery. I guess because I got the multimeter powered up, I could check it. What's the worst that could happen? Singularity forms because I check a dead battery? Oh. Yeah. 3.7 volts. Practically new battery. Actually, I think this is a new battery. Okay. Battery in. Yeah, I think the 2SI, though, has a soft power circuit, which the battery kind of... I think the battery powers the soft power circuit. Switch in the matrix. Yeah. It's the LC475 that needs the battery or the double tap. You won't get video at all on the LC4075 without a battery or the double tap. I'm getting the distinct impression that oh, there we go. There's the flashing question mark. Did I just not wait long enough? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that maybe the LC2 doesn't have quirks to it. All right, I guess I just wanted to. I was just withholding the SCSI device because I didn't have a keyboard to safely shut it down. I am waiting for the blue SCSI feature that lets you press a button on it and it will send the signal to the Mac to shut down. Coming not so soon to a blue SCSI far away from you because I think that would require a new addition to the SCSI protocol. All right, let's try it again. Maybe I did need to put a battery in this one. There are weirder things that have happened. All right, good night, Frank. It's also possible I just need to ultrasonically clean it to get the extra flux off, but there we go. I think this is OS 7.1. And, okay. I was about to say I wouldn't be surprised if it, like, reboots and starts again, because there are some Macs, and I kind of wonder if it might be kind of a combination of OS and Mac, where it'll start to boot, you'll see welcome to Macintosh, but if you've had the PRAM cleared, it'll then reboot to let you, I guess reboot, because it needs to initialize PRAM to some default, and then it'll automatically restart. Yep, don't blame you, because... Ryan, all right. Oh, yeah, you're 30 minutes ahead of me. Fun with time zones. Well, good night, Ryan. 3/9/2023. It is currently 10:11 p.m. There we go. Monitors, control panel. Yep. Colors. 256. That's better. And memory. Yep. For this computer, I will turn 32-bit addressing on. Well, Jeremy, as far as setting up the blue SCSI wiki would probably be my suggestion, but I don't think there's anything about my SCSI image that I couldn't just maybe... I don't think I've ever had any personal data on it, because I don't know why I would. I think everything I have in my SCSI image I got off the garden, so I suppose I could maybe zip it up and send it to you. Oh, you'd have my super secret benchmark scores from a bunch of iterations I've tried this on, but that won't really give you any clues as to. Oh, okay. There might be some clues as to what the super secret upgrade card might be. I might have to delete those first. But okay, it looks like maybe this board is happy now. Maybe. Yeah, Jeremy. Eric. I think Jeremy's. I don't know that he's on Discord, but yeah, the Blue Scuzzy troubleshooting guide is definitely a thing to check. Joe knows what the card is. Yes, Joe. Do you? Oh, you're trying to get 8.6 for a G3 going. Okay. Well, then this image won't help you because this image definitely won't run on a G3. However, if I do make a successful offer on the beige G3 that I found, then maybe I'd actually be able to to actually try to get something running on a Scuzzy. Yes, yes, Joe knows what the card is. Because I might or might not have gotten it from Joe. And in fact, it might or might not have been announced yet because I haven't gone to their website, which may or may not exist. Joe, feel free to give me a clue if, like, you have some information that, like, I am being so James Bond 007 secretive unnecessarily. Of course, I mean, Joe, though, if you like just laughing at me talking about this card like it's a big secret, even though that it's been like announced on some Discord that I may or may not be on, because it makes you laugh because I'm making it this big secret that it's not. Well, go right ahead and not tell me, but okay. Thank you for confirming. Joe has confirmed it has not been announced yet, but hopefully very soon. Okay. Well, then I will continue to keep it a. I am being respective of, trying to be respectful of the person, group, whatever that will probably be selling it. So, yeah. Yep. Adam just spoiled it in the chat. It's an M2 upgrade for a Mac LC. Yep. Upgrade your Mac LC with the power of Apple Silicon. Disclaimer, video performance not guaranteed. Scuzzy performance may or may not cause a small ripple in the space-time continuum. Batteries not included. Batteries not included. Ask your doctor for more information, and if the product is right for you, don't taunt Happy Fun Ball. Trying to think of other funny product disclaimers. Coffee may be hot. Don't spill on lap. macOS Ventura runs really slow on a 16-bit bus. Yeah, it does, Adam. Yeah, I don't know why I even thought of buying the card, because yeah, Ventura is just like, you thought that CI, was it the CI or no? It was the Centrus. If you thought that one computer Joe booted last night took forever to boot because it had 3 rows of extension icons, yeah, you should see Ventura boot on a 16-bit bus. It's brutal. It's kind of one of those that if you know you need to use the computer in the morning, you turn it on before you go to bed. Yeah, Joe's like, M2 processor not included. Sad, sad Mac. Yeah. Yeah, 3 rows. And Steve still wants Joe to archive the hard drive image. Yeah, yeah, I think it will be a yeah. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like we ran a test cycle. This board seems to be... I mean, it probably needs ultrasonically cleaned because it's got flux and... I mean, I only ran it through 1 cycle just to get the bulk of the electrolyte off. When I clean it for good, I actually... I mean, sometimes I run it for longer. Because I'll actually take the board out and take a look at... kind of take a look at what it looks like after I run it through a cycle, and I'll even start to rinse it off, and if it doesn't look like I've gotten everything off, then I'll run it another cycle. So, but just to get the electrolyte off, I think I ran it 10 minutes per side. I didn't even preheat the ultrasonic cleaner first. So it was just I want to get the bulk of the electrolyte off, because even though I plan on working on this in 2 weeks, that was a plan, and it might change. So I was like, I went ahead and pre-cleaned it. So if anyone is wondering, did I smell fish while recapping this board? No, because there really wasn't any electrolyte left on the board to make a smell. So anyways, but this board will get ultrasonically cleaned again just to get the flux and electrolyte and whatnot off. I'm not going to put it in now, because actually I'm probably... Well, I'm going to put both of these LC2 boards in at the same time, but I'm going to let my ultrasonic cleaner preheat. So anyways, this is the recapped board. I think it's fine. I think ultrasonic cleaning will probably fix the remaining glitches. It probably just needs ultrasonically cleaned. So yeah, now let's take a look at this LC2 board that I just got in the mail today. No, I got it in the mail yesterday. It was some other upgrade I got today that caused the mail carrier to break half my door on my mailbox that I'll have to go to the hardware store tomorrow and buy hardware to fix. As after all, the USPS's slogan is "We deliver for you," but their slogan says nothing as to how your mailbox will be after they deliver your mail. It just says that they will deliver your mail. But I do know there is a postal regulation that if your mailbox doesn't close, then they'll hold your mail at the post office, and nobody's got time for that. But I guess that is preferable than someone seeing you've got mail and stealing it. So let me check up with the chat here. Yeah. Retro Tech Chris had a high school computer lab teacher that would load every Macintosh up with rows and rows of extensions. Yeah. Yeah, Adam, a PowerPC on a 68030 Mac is hilarious. On an LC2, no less, Chris. That's slow. Yeah, Steve has the sickness that we all have of collecting various retro tech things. Mine's LC pizza boxes. Guilty as charged. There's this one guy with Mac Classics. He wouldn't let the computer lab teacher touch him. Yeah, no kidding. Those Mac Classics would like grind to a halt with 3 rows of extensions. Adam's high school computer lab had Apple II Pluses. Awesome. Our first family computer was an Apple II Plus with a green screen and one of the old school floppy drives. It was very cool. Floppy Malibu, my basement smells fishy. I cleaned up and removed caps from my 2CI earlier tonight. Yep, that would make it fishy. What do I use in my ultrasonic cleaner? I use Elmatech A1, which seems to do a pretty good job. It can be a bit rough on certain labels. So, for example, it will probably, if I run this board in it for 10 minutes, it will probably start to eat away at these labels. And if I have to run it for longer than that, they'll probably be mostly gone. But it's not like I really need to see the labels, but getting the board clean and the electrolyte off and the flux off is probably more important to me than preserving the labels. But yeah, it'll probably wear away the printed barcode label. It'll probably wear away the labeling on the crystals, but at least on this board, it probably won't do much else but clean it. I do know the other thing about Elmatech is if you have any chips that came from China that have been remarked, especially if they've been painted and then re-etched with a part number, Elmatech will usually remove the paint. So the chips will look kind of bad because you're now down to a sanded chip. So be forewarned. I can actually, if I can find the card, I will show you an example of that. Yes, Elmatech A1 will remove markings from things, but it also seems to do a really good job at cleaning, and you don't have to have the concentration of it as high because it's pretty strong. Anyways, what I was trying to show you is, for example, if you see those top two memory chips and how the paint, you see how the surface of the chip isn't uniform anymore. That's because the Elmatech started to eat away the paint on those chips because those are remarked memory chips. It also ate away the print layer on the label. But if the two original memory chips, it didn't hurt them. These chip markings, it usually doesn't hurt this style chip marking or the laser etch, but remarked chips, if they were painted and remarked, it will definitely eat into the paint. So if my recommendation would be, if you use Elmatech A1, if you know you have a chip that's remarked, if it's socketed and you care about the chip looking as good as it can for a remarked chip, I would recommend removing it off the board to ultrasonically clean if you care about the remark. If you don't, then go for it. But yeah, if you've got something you care about the label with Elmatech A1, you got to remove the label before you put it through Elmatech. But other than that, it cleans great. And you only have to have, I think they recommend a 3% concentration, which is actually a lower recommended concentration than a lot of other products. And you could probably actually get away with a little bit less than that, and it would still clean good. So that's what I use. Amazon carries it. Retrotech Chris, we had LC2s, 3s, generic 486 systems, and 2 rooms of PS2s running IBM Classroom LAN administration system. Oh, Adam's basement still smells like exploded Lisa PSU Reefa stink. Oh, gross. Before the 486 lab, the lab was full of XT class machines. Talk about an upgrade. Yeah, that would be an upgrade. And Retrotech Chris, if your school system if you ever figure out your school system, assuming it's in the area, still has a room full of those old computers and is going to get rid of them, I'm definitely making another trip up to your area. Yeah, Joe's Computer Museum. The United States Postal Service, we're not responsible for breaking your property. Yeah. Sloppy Malibu, I have several Apple OEM smoke stink bombs for sale. Yeah, don't we all? Yep, Joe uses the same thing. It will remove markings from things, as in some cases as well as acetone. Yep. Actually, um, silk screening on boards, it doesn't usually affect if the silk screening is in good shape. I can't say that it's never removed the silk screen off of a board, but if the silk screen is in good shape, it's probably a low risk there. Adam wants an upgrade card using a Quadra 700. Well, I would need a Quadra 700 first to want that. But those are like, I'll pick a different system. I'll let the Jurassic Park fans have the Quadra 700s. Okay. Oh, okay. You'll use acetone for final cleaning, isopropyl for incremental cleaning. Spelling reference for it. Yes. Actually, Joe, could you just toss a link for Elmatech A1 into the chat? Or maybe a spelling reference. I don't have the spelling handy, but I think it's like ELMATEC A1. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, Joe's got the spelling there for you, Elmatech. Joe can throw a link in the chat. It'll be an affiliate link probably, which means Joe will get a small percentage, but I'm too lazy to try to set it up again at the moment. I got too many other things to try to set up another affiliate account with Amazon, so Joe can have it this time. If he can, yeah. One moment, he'll throw a link in. Let's see if this new LC board chimes. Yeah, I think I've held the suspense long enough, so I'm about to go for it. All right, Adam, good night. Thanks for joining us. Oh yeah, Biggie John. We went from Apple IIe 2GS to beige box 486s. Only had one lab of IBM PS2s, mostly model 25s and 30s. There you go. There's a link. Joe put it. All right, and without further ado, I'm gonna leave it on table cam in case we get smoke or flames or explosions or whatnot. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I did it again. Oh, well, kind of looks like, oh, there we go. Well, there's the gray checkerboard, corners, mouse cursor. Yeah, we had no sound. Although given the amount of electrolyte on the board in that area of the board, I am not surprised that there is no sound. Of course, I might also check to make sure I plug the speaker in good. We have a flashing question mark. All right, well, we'll go for the blue SCSI. Yeah, sure enough, there is no sound from this board. All right, well, that's a good thing to note. I'll, since nothing exploded though, I'll at least give you the privilege of watching this. Oh, yep, Elmatech A1. Yeah, you definitely want the A1. Okay, so I do see in their description they recommend 3 to 10%. I think I found 3% is sufficient. You don't need to do 10% of Elmatech. I mean, if you do 10% of Elmatech, then you probably want to check on your board every couple of minutes. At 3%, I usually run it for 10 minutes, and I'm okay with the few things that I found that it'll etch in 10 minutes. Yeah, if you go 10% concentration, you probably want to check your board every minute or two. It may very well clean it faster, but I think from as well as it works on what I've done, I go for the low concentration, and I'll just use more time. All right. Well, I'm gonna try to play a sound, but I think the oh, Joe may have 20% in his cleaner. All right. Yep. Definitely going to need to recap this board because there is nothing coming out of the sound. All right. I don't have a battery in here, but yeah, I would not recommend going 20% on Elmatech. Last time I filled it, it just went glug. Yeah. Well, I guess that's good. This board does work other than no sound. I mean, I don't have caps for it because I bought it after I'd already placed an order with Console 5 because, by golly, I placed that order and then someone lists a couple of LC2 boards on eBay for like $20 each. I bought the one that looked like it was in better shape. I mean, maybe I should have bought them both, but the other one, the effect of the leakage was definitely greater than this one. I mean, I guess I could, maybe I'll do some scrubbing on this one and see if maybe well, actually, I should probably just put it through the ultrasonic cleaner just to stop any further corrosion. But maybe I'll scrub it with isopropyl alcohol, which would have the same effect. And then see if that is enough to cajole it to make sound. I suspect, though, that the problem might be that the caps in the audio circuit just have... Oh, no problem, Jeremy. I suspect the caps in the audio circuit are just... Actually, I think it works better usually if I zoom in. I think the caps are probably shot in this area of the board. At least it does look like the audio chip is okay. But I think the caps have definitely spilled their guts out. All right, good night, Chris. Yeah, I'll message you tomorrow. So, anyways, I'll set this aside. Might try scrubbing some of the electrolyte off and see if that might be enough to get some sound. Probably not, though. I'm not going to hold out much hope on that actually fixing it. I don't have caps for it, though, so I can't recap it tonight. But there was one other board I did want to try tonight. Now, all right. Now, I'm too lazy to put this in my LC case. So, we won't have any sound out of the speaker because I can't plug the speaker in. I also can't plug the fan in. But, I mean, we can still see if this board... I'm hoping that what I did on Dave's stream, this board will fire right up. All right, and this time, at the risk of Joe having a stroke of me forgetting to do that yet again, I will put the video memory in. Now, this is an LC board, so it does have 2 megabytes of memory on board, which is kind of a bit tight for... So let me just put a little more RAM in this board. I think this is another 2 megabytes of memory. That way, at least it has 4 megabytes. Because Jeremy, we'll see what happens on next Friday. All right, so there we go. Black screen. Oh, there we go. I can't plug a speaker in, so... Yay, there we go. That fired right up. That's a good sign. Yeah, I put the video RAM in this time, Joe. I didn't want you to have a stroke over third time forgetting it. Anyways, I'll zoom into the oscillators on this board. This is a good example of what Elmatech can do if you to a board. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Well, okay. Maybe there's still a problem with this board. I have no keyboard. No keyboard, no mouse. Well, I guess, all right. Oh, let me guess. That's probably the egret chip's job. Or is there a separate ADB controller on these? No, this is an LC. Jeremy, it always, if the PRAM's cleared, it always defaults to grayscale video. Bad fuse loop near the ADB ports. Okay. Yeah, because I got no, I've got no mouse. I think I actually, well, no, actually, I can't tell you if I had mouse before I repaired the egret chip because I never got it to power up. But I think Garth was able to use it, so I probably blew the fuse or damaged the fuse while repairing the board. So, well, I guess that happens. All right, let's take a look. Because I definitely can't use the board like this. Yeah, I know some of the problems are because this is an LC2 case and this is an LC logic board. So that's why there wasn't a chime. I can't plug the speaker in this case. But I don't think the lack of ADB is attributable to using an LC2 case for an LC logic board. The lack of a chime, though, definitely is. I mean, if I had a pair of headphones, I could have plugged those in, and I probably would have heard a chime. Okay, so let's take a look at this board. All right. Hopefully I don't need those. Oh, other way. So, Joe, I'm taking it that this is the fuse. right here? Or is that an inductor? Of course, this U3 transistor that I butchered could be a problem too. All right. I guess let's first check this. I'll probably have to pull up the schematic, but let's first check this thing that looks like it's in line with the ADB ports. All right, I think that's got continuity because these leads are cheap. They look nice, but they're cheap leads, and that 0.2 ohms. Yeah, they have about 0.2 ohms of resistance in them. Yeah, that's the induct. Okay, I'll look at the schematic and see what component the fuse is. I'll still check this because I think it might be in line with ADB, but yeah, that looks fine. Just looking for anything that's obviously a fuse. I could definitely see Apple not putting a fuse on the LC board. To keep costs down. Anyways, there's the, if anyone's wondering what Elmatech did to the oscillators. So, okay, let me pull up the schematics. All right, let me see. All right, so, oh, you know, I think I downloaded these on Dave's stream. Here we are. Okay. I can't see chat at the moment, so please behave yourselves. Apparently Windows wants me to sign in, and I don't want to. No, I know my. Fine. Hold on. Windows is making me sign in to sync Edge across all my devices. Apparently, I forgot to install Acrobat Reader on this computer. Manage settings. Hold on. I'm going to turn this off because I don't want Edge syncing anything. I think too late. It's probably already done it. All right. Okay. I'll move this window as soon as I find the part of the schematic where the ADB is, and oh, that might be the problem. Okay, I've got the relevant part of the schematic. I have confirmed that the ADB does go through the egret chip. It does also go through the chip I accidentally, or the transistor I butchered. So I might need to reattempt to bodge on this board. So let's do a little bit of schematic trace, or okay, just arranging windows so that I can see the schematic, I can see the multimeter output, and all right, so if I'm reading the schematic correctly, all right, let me see if I can figure out which of these is ground. That is not ground. It's also possible the multimeter is not making good contact because I can't get it in far enough. So let me see. I think there was a resistor. There we go. I have a resistor floating on my workbench. So I can use that. And that is going to be the ground pin. So in the schematics I'm looking at, it has a drawing of the connector, and it looks like it is showing the connector as if you were facing the port on the back of the board. Yeah, and I've got a bad trace for sure. I just got to figure out which one. So, looking at the ADB port, pin 4 is ground, and I have a good connection to ground. So, I don't think that one is it. So, this is going to be pin 3. Pin 3 is connected to... Looks like it's connected to 5 volts. And I don't... Well... Oh, okay, that must be 5 volts there. Okay. But that is connected to 5 volts. But that is also connected to pin 20 of the egret chip through a pull-up resistor. No, is that pull-up? No, it's not a pull-up, it's not a pull-down. Needless to say, there's a resistor between pin 3 and egret chip pin 20. So see, the pin I had to fix was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So there should be 470 ohms. All right. That does look like 470 ohms. All right. Also, that is connected to one of the 3 legs of this transistor. Not that one. Not that one. I think I found the problem. So R34 probably on the bottom side of the board. All right. So R34 There we go. Yeah, there we go. So we got continuity to R34, which is a 22 ohm resistor. Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's about 22 ohms between the two of those readings. Yeah, okay. Well, no, 4682, 4903. Okay, well, I think there's still continuity. And then that is pin 2 of this transistor. I think I know what the problem is. And it's a goof I made on the board. And okay, yeah, Joe's saying it's probably a current limiting resistor, and that is probably true. That is probably what it is. It's a BSR17A. I need a data sheet on that. Okay, they still make that transistor, but I don't think the problem is the transistor. I think it's the bodge I tried to make to the transistor that's the problem. Okay, and if I'm reading the schematic, I don't like this data sheet. It doesn't number the pins. It calls them collector, base, and emitter, which assumes that I can remember what the transistor diagram looks like that I don't look at every day. Okay. I'm looking up at diagrams that I can. Oh, that's a PNP transistor diagram. NPN. There we go. Okay, so this is an NPN transistor. So the pin is that I'm looking for is the emitter pin that is connected to that pin, and the emitter pin is okay, not the one I've bodged. Maybe. Okay, so I should have continuity there. And of course, 1.5 kilo ohms. Okay, let me see. I think there might be another resistor. So, okay. Yeah, it's probably a standard resistor. That doesn't make sense. I am seeing more resistance there than the schematic seems to indicate there should be. Which tells me what I need to do is measure R34 to see what the resistance of R34 is. The schematic seems to show that it is 22 ohms. And it is 22 ohms. Okay. Okay. Hmm. All All right, so what would cause the resistance to be twice what I expect? Well, a damaged via could maybe do that. Guess I should also check if any of the caps that I replaced are in the circuit. So that's got C78, 79, 80, and 81 are the caps for the ADB port. And those are on the bottom of the board. Okay. I'm actually at I'm stumped. Because it seems as if between between the 470 ohm resistor R52 and that leg of the transistor, there should be 22 ohms. Let me see if I can find. All right, let me see if I can find R52. Okay, so let me see if I can find R52. And 2 kilo ohms. And what's the other side of that resistor read? 1.5 kilo ohms. Okay, so there's 450 ohms. So is the resistance of that inductor? All right, I'm trying to keep this in camera as best as I can. So I don't know which of these legs this resistor's on. And apparently it's this one here. So that's 0.18 ohms. Wait a minute, but I'm going the wrong direction. That's 470 ohms. Okay, so let me check this side of the resistor and this transistor. That must be the wrong. Well, I think. Okay, I think I know what the problem might be. Let me see if I can find the. There we go. There's R52. Okay, so I should have 22 ohms there. And so this is the via that should be going up to the transistor, and I still have 22 ohms. So from this via on this side of the board, 2 kilo ohms. So I would presume that if I have a via that's reading 2 kilo ohms, that I need to wick the solder out of the via to make sure that I'm looking at the one on the other side of the board that I think I should be. So let me fire up the soldering iron. Yeah, I think I might have a bad via on this board. Which, if Garth was watching, he'd probably make the comment, "Ah, he finally found it. Ha ha ha." Not really. Hoping if I can wick this solder out of the via, then maybe I'll be able to see some light through the other side of the board, and I'll confirm that I am indeed measuring the resistance of the same via on both sides. But I'll let me just wick the solder on both sides of this via. And nope. Oh, that is quite okay, maybe it's just some old solder in the via, but something tells me the via is possibly toast. So when you got stubborn solder, sometimes helps to add fresh solder. And I am even going to go a step further and add fresh solder to both sides of the board. Apparently, I also need a new smoke absorber. My cheap knockoff one is apparently having fan noise, so maybe I just need to fix it. All right. Quit that. Maybe I'll just order one of the Noctua quiet fans and convert this AC smoke absorber into a DC one with a nice 12-volt high flow Noctua fan. All right. Actually, no, I'm trying to. I don't know. I'm having trouble keeping the board in frame of the camera. All right, I'm gonna put some solder flux on the board on both sides. Let me see if I can get some fresh solder down in the via again. But given the trouble I'm having with this via, I'm kind of wondering if it's lost its magic touch. Which I guess brings me to the point as to why there's currently an LC2 board in my LC. Well, it's because there is something wrong with my original LC board that came in the LC. And I'm not exactly sure what it is at the moment, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe its egret chip has some sort of a problem. And, well, I fixed this one's egret problem, but got the ADB problem, so I'll have to try to fix that. But what I decided to do was just so that my LC case would have a working logic board in it, because my LC is where I put my Apple IIe card. I decided to put my LC2 board in it that has an FPU socket. Since with the Apple IIe card in the LC, or I guess it's really an LC2 at the moment, there's nowhere to put an FPU, so I just figure, well, it makes more sense to steal my LC2 board since it's got an FPU socket. And then my actual LC, I was going to put the new LC2 board in because I don't need an FPU socket in it because of the upgrade board I have for it. So that's kind of why that's why I'm not putting an FPU socket in that first LC2 board I recapped. It's because it's going in a computer that's got an FPU socket in the card. And that's why there's no LC2 logic board in the well, that's interesting. Okay, so I've removed solder out of one of the vias. It's not the via I'm trying to remove solder from, but it's the one right beside it. And I think I've mixed up the pins on this transistor. Two. Emitter. Emitter. Collector. Collector. Pin 3. Yeah, something's amiss here. Okay, but I did figure out so let me check this. Something's amiss between the schematic and this transistor. So this pin that I had to bodge should be tied to ground. And it is most definitely not. So that's a problem. All right. Okay, so I think I'm going to have to remove this transistor completely again. Get it out of circuit, and then try to figure out why in the world I've got a discrepancy between the schematic and the pinout of this transistor. So let me see if I can remove this transistor, and then I'll put it on my transistor tester. I'll try to hold it up to the SMT test pads on it. And all right, good night, Eric's Edge. Oh, well, I think I see a reason why I am having trouble with that transistor. It looks like in the process of trying to repair the first mistake I made with the transistor, I ripped off a second pad on it and didn't see it. I'll put it under the microscope because it's going to be hard to see on the microscope. It looks like there's another pad that's gone. Anyway, the transistor in question is here. Yeah, I want to put it under the microscope, but it looks like there's a second pad gone. But I do have the transistor off. It's so tiny and cute. But I think my transistor tester, it has an SMD test area, and I think I can manage to hold this really carefully onto it, maybe. Although it might be too big for this transistor. That's not very helpful, yeah. Okay. I'll have to figure out how to tell what the collector, emitter, and base are with some other means. Other than putting it on a transistor tester, because it will not go on the pads. Alright, well, let's take a look at the pads in question under the microscope. We'll see how excited I can get for doing a repair that I was not expecting to do. Alright, well, you can see the meltage that I've managed to do on the audio jack there. And yep, there's part of the problem. I apparently in the process of trying to fix things, I had a second pad go bye-bye. And actually, I'm not convinced this pad is making that great of a contact, so... actually, I think it's loose. This is not good. Okay. Alright, but if that is the emitter, like I think it is based on the schematic and data sheet, there should be... I should be able to trace it. So let me see if I can figure out which pin is which based on the schematic. I think... there might be a problem with the schematic. Okay, so from here to here... good. Still a connection there. Trace damage, yes, Jeremy. Trace damage, I'm comfortable with repairing. Starting to be no. The transistor in question is really small. Two kiloohms. That's not right, I don't think. 2 kiloohms. Well, Jeremy, I would normally agree with you, but that is not what the datasheet says. The datasheet says that the emitter is a different pin. There's the datasheet for the BSR17A. That is the schematic I have says that is a BSR17A. So the emitter is this pin. Which on the datasheet is pin 2. So from pin 2, which is the pad that's left, to okay, but if maybe by chance the datasheet's wrong, here's the schematic I'm looking at. There's the datasheet. There's the schematic. If one of the two is wrong, well, that's what I've got. Oh, hey, Sean. Yeah, center's the collector. Yeah, this transistor. Yeah, so if I got to replace the transistor with something else, which, considering how tiny the transistor is and it's prone to losing it, yeah, I could have trouble finding one with the same pinout. Now, granted, these are the LC Reloaded schematics, but I didn't think they changed any of the components. Because I can't find the LC schematics that I thought were out there. Because actually, I'm not sure they were. I mean, there is, I guess, the yeah, base to ground. Yeah, base goes to ground. Well, I can try to test that. Unfortunately, that's one of the pads. So let me check, and I know I'm off screen because I just want to check this real quick. So base, which is that should be that pin. Does that go to ground? No. Okay, there's definitely a problem here. According to what I just probed, the emitter's going to ground. But that's not right. Therefore, the schematics I'm looking at are wrong, or the datasheet I'm looking at is wrong. Because the board is telling me that based on the schematic and datasheet I am looking at, that the emitter is going to ground, and that is wrong. Emitters do not go to ground. See if the other vias short to ground. They do not. The other vias do not short to ground. Because the one's going to, like, there's a capacitor in line. It's throwing my meter off, but it's like 2.5 mega ohms. And the other one is 2 kilo ohms. Which, if I stared at the schematic long enough, I could probably tell you what 2 kilo ohms was. You would trust the datasheet over the schematic. Okay, well, if I trust the datasheet over the schematic, Apple wired the emitter to ground, which is wrong. You do not wire emitters to ground. Transistors do not work when you wire emitters to ground. Therefore, I have to reject both the schematic and the datasheet. I cannot trust either. I can only think that there is another. Yeah. Okay. I cannot trust either. There something. I have to trust what I'm actually measuring on the board over both these data points, because the collector, it would be the yeah, it would be the collector that should be wired to ground, according to a diagram of a PNP transistor, or an NPN transistor that I'm looking at. Which, given the transistor symbol in the schematic, it's an NPN transistor. The BSR17A is an NPN transistor. Now, it is possible. Well, okay. So I'm getting stumpter here. Something. Yes, Jeremy. Something is rotten in Denmark. All of the data. None of the data I have matches with what I am seeing the 3 vias go to on this board. So the only other thing I can do, because I can't, my transistor tester's pads are too large for this transistor, is I'm going to have to hope that if I put my multimeter into diode mode, that I can figure out or negative, yeah. Let's see here. So assuming that I start with pin, what I think is the base. Um, Well, that's annoying. Okay, so not seeing, that's not helping at all. Well, okay, that's going to be even less useful if actually in the process of trying to do all this, my transistor's also blown up. Okay, I think that's actually. Hmm. All right, I may actually. I might not be able to do anything else to this board tonight because I might have to go. Yeah, this transistor is. I think this transistor might be dead, so I can't even. Well, it's actually possible possible that if one of those traces wasn't quite right, I might have inadvertently destroyed it. Because I. Because the thing is, I'm trying to read it, and I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing a voltage drop across any of the pins. I'm not seeing resistance on any of the pins. It's almost like it's shorted, maybe, or not shorted. It's open. It's acting like it's open, which probably means that it's no longer a transistor. And if I can't trust the data sheet and I can't trust the schematic, I can't order a replacement component. I might have to go to Tinker Different and get some assistance. Is Tinker Different's the place? I don't have any Surface Mount 3904s to even see, but I got bigger board problems than that. All right, so looking at this transistor, because I'm just trying to see any marking on it to confirm if it even is a BSR17A. It has an M on it. It has an M on it. It looked like it had some other letters, but the only one I can read is the M. And I'm trying to read the backside of the chip, but I don't think there's any markings on it. Nope. Nothing on the backside. The front has. All right, isopropyl's drying off. It does look like there's another letter there. It is marked 1AMM. I did not have it upside down, Jeremy. Because I actually could see what looked like an A, so I was pretty sure I had it right side up. The isopropyl alcohol was just obscuring it. 1AMM. Still getting used to having the stereo microscope. even though I've had it. 1AM, and then an M with a line under it. Could that M with a line under it be Panasonic? Yeah, I think 1AM, and then I bet the M with a line is this is a Panasonic part. Now, I don't think it's 1/4. I think that is 1AM. Yeah, or as Sean is saying, 1AM, lowercase m. Uh, Jeremy, the vias are too small for a through-hole part. Also, I don't know how close a 3904 is. Or let me put it this way, because I refuse to buy the cheap transistor assortments, because I don't really like how cheap the component leads are. Now, those component leads would probably actually fit the vias, ironically, but I don't like I don't like the super duper cheap component leads. I find them harder to deal with, so I generally buy the better components, even though that means they have bigger leads. Find them easier to work with. So, um, 1AM. Oh, there we go. It is a MMBT 3904. Then why in the world does that LC Reloaded schematics have a BSR 17A? Okay, at least though. So the top is the collector, the base and emitter. Okay, so the data sheet I have for a BSR 17A has the correct pinout. So the data sheet is correct. It matches this data sheet Sean found in terms of pinout. But but no, this well, the schematic is incorrect in terms of the part number. The schematic is not incorrect in the fact that it shows that the collector is going to ground. However, on the LC board that I have in front of me, short of something that I am completely missing, I am seeing that the emitter is going to ground. And that is not correct. And this isn't a case of, that I can tell, this isn't a case of two of the vias are going to ground, and only one of them is going to ground, and it is the emitter. But that is, from what I can tell about transistors, unless I'm overlooking something because it's like 11:38 p.m. here, and that is entirely possible, I will admit. I could be overlooking something. More likely there's some solder blob. It's more likely there's a solder blob on the board that I don't see, and I've got a bad via. That's more likely than the board being wrong. I haven't seen. I know I'm probably out of focus. I just haven't seen the I'm having trouble talking and finding the. Oh, well, I will never find the problem on my LC board if I'm looking at my LC2 under the microscope. That would certainly help if I. There we go. I will never find that on the LC2 board. I grabbed the wrong board. If that says it is getting late. So it is quite possible I am overlooking something. It is quite possible. But here's the deal. So if we go by the data sheet, and the data sheet is probably correct, and maybe the schematic is wrong somehow. I don't know why they would put a weird component instead of just a 3904. That makes no sense to me. Unless you can't get 3904s in surface mount form anymore, but that doesn't make sense. That is, right there is the one connected to ground. So there's the via. It's connected to ground. Remember, my probes have they're about 0.2 ohm resistance because they're actually cheap leads that look nice on the end. So that is not connected to ground. And okay, that's off screen for you. And that one's not connected to ground. So the only one. Yeah, that's the same resistance I'm seeing at the via. So the only one of these that's connected to ground is this one here. But according to the data sheet, that is the emitter of the transistor. The emitters are not connected to ground. So that does lead to the question, and it would probably be on the underside of the board. Do I have a bad via? Is that via bad? And wait a minute. But no, I think I just disproved my theory. Because if this via was bad, then I shouldn't have a direct connection to ground. So that via has to be good. If it was a bad, then I wouldn't have a I would have a. I mean, if it was bad, I could see I have a high resistance. I shouldn't have basically a short to ground for a bad via. I don't think. Okay, so I don't think the via is bad. Now, do I have a solder bridge on the bottom side of the board connecting that to ground? And one of the other vias is bad? Now that's a possibility. So I think that via that's going to ground is, all right, let's see if I can find it and keep the view within. Okay, so I think that's one of the vias in question. That is not it. I think that's one of the vias in question. No, that's not it. Is this one? Nope, that's not it. What about that one? Nope, that's not it. Nope, that trace isn't it. Okay, I'm looking at the schematic here for a moment. No, that should be a via. Actually, so one of these, actually, that's interesting what I'm not seeing. Or is it? Here we go. Okay, I found a via in the area that's connected to ground, but I don't know if it's the via I'm looking for. I'm also, oh, I'm in the wrong. Okay, so here, this I think is connected to ground. Just looking at the size of the trace. Nope, that's not a ground. Is that a ground via? That's a ground via. All right, so is that the trace I'm looking for? So that's going to be. I don't think that's the one I'm looking for, because it looks like there's a component. Could be this. No, it's not that via. There we go. I think that might actually be the via I'm looking for. And that probably means that is going to an internal ground layer. Okay, let me see if that's actually looks like the via I'm looking for. Yeah, actually I think that is it. Okay. So anyways, I don't see any I think that's actually an internal ground layer, and I don't see any shorts to ground. So yeah, I'm stumped here. Based on the data sheet for the transistor and the board, hold on. I had a thought, but I don't think I've got the other LC logic board. I don't think I've got it in a good place to look at it. I don't know where I put it. I put it somewhere safe, probably. Okay, so this logic board, there's something I'm missing, and it's so late. I'm gonna have to put this aside to another day. I'm gonna have to ponder it. I guess the question is probably going to go out onto Tinker Different, because I'm probably going to need to enlist some help. That something is amiss between the data sheet for the transistor, the schematics I have, and this logic board. That the logic board does not seem to match the transistor data sheet, and that the wrong pin of the transistor is going to ground. I don't see anything on the board that looks like it's a path to ground that shouldn't be there. Unless that via is damaged and connected internally to the ground plane. But I thought the way these boards are constructed that there should be a pretty large distance internally. I'm taping the transistor to the board so I don't lose it, even though I think the transistor is actually dead. So yeah, there's something up with this board or something I'm missing. So I'm gonna have to put this to the side. So this board from Garth, there's definitely something amiss. And I don't know what it is yet. Oh. Okay, I am though going to check, because I can check it fairly easily. So here, okay, I remembered where I put my LC board. This is my LC board. It has some quirks and features that are undesirable, such as that it'll just randomly reboot without warning. And yeah, I think that's pretty much its quirk. It'll just randomly reboot without warning. Okay, so there's Q3. That's the transistor in question. If the board is not really marked as to what type of transistor that is, Yeah, I'm about to take a break from it, but I am going to at least, because I'll probably end up starting the Tinker Different thread while I'm at work over lunch tomorrow. Okay, so on my LC board with quirks, and yeah, that really is tied to ground. 1.639 mega ohms. 2.1 kilo ohms. Okay, so at least this board, the resistance measurements match with the vias. Yeah, so I think yeah, I think the schematic's incorrect, and I think basically what I figured out, the schematic seems to be incorrect as to what type of transistor that is. The transistor did say it was a 1AM, but I'm actually thinking that the datasheet that Sean found is quite possibly not actually the correct datasheet for a part marked 1AM. Or there's more than one chip marked 1AM. Actually, it's probably the case that there may be more than one chip that has a marking of 1AM. I think what I need to find is if I can find a Panasonic datasheet for a chip that's marked 1AM, because I think that second M is the manufacturer's symbol, and M would be Panasonic, or so yeah. I know, Sean, you tried. I think there's more than one chip marked 1AM. The important clue is finding the Panasonic datasheet, or that's my guess that it's Panasonic. Which yeah, sometimes when you have to go to that detail, it could be lost. I mean, it could be Motorola, but I think Motorola would have probably. No, actually, come to think of it, on a chip that small, I don't think they could have put their logo. So it could be Motorola or Panasonic. I could go either or. The line under it, all that tells me is that it's a manufacturer that wants to make it clear that it's an M, not a W. Motorola, Panasonic, because of their name in Japanese, which I'm not going to try to say at 11:51 p.m. because I'll butcher it. But their actual Japanese name is why I'm saying Panasonic could also be an M, or one of their subsidiaries. I don't know if it's a subsidiary or their actual Japanese name or whatnot, but it starts with an M. I'll butcher it at 10 till midnight, so I'm not going to try. So it's one of the two companies. I might do a little digging. So is that a 3904 on the board? It seems less likely, because that would put the emitter to ground, which you don't ground the emitter of a transistor. So I'm thinking that that's actually the base, and I'm hoping that the actual data sheet will. Yeah, thank you, Sloppy Malibu. Matsushita, thank you. Breaking it down by syllable. Yeah, so Panasonic is Matsushita in Japanese. So that's why it could also be. That's why if you see like Panasonic caps or whatnot, they have an M on them. Matsushita. That's where the M comes from, but it's Panasonic here in the U.S. So, I mean, that could still be a 3904, but I'm thinking it could be a 3904 with the reverse pinout. I've seen those; those are scary. Some manufacturers have different pinouts, which is why the datasheet would be helpful. So I'm not going to doubt that it might still be a 3904, 3904 might be compatible if I can find the right pinout. If I can find a through hole that has a small enough lead to attach, preferably I'd rather try to put it through the via and solder it to make sure it's stable. I guess I could try kludging it later, but I'm not going to try that tonight because I don't know where. I think I have some 3904 somewhere, but I don't know where they are. Yeah, good one. Good one, Sloppy. Yeah, I may do a little digging there. There is something not quite right between the schematic I have and the data sheet I'm staring at and what I'm seeing on the board. And I'm thinking I'll start a thread on Tinker Different. Well, actually, I might just ask Kai. He's pretty good at these LCs. I just realized I have a meeting with him and some other people, and I will see if I can't join a couple minutes early and mention it, and I might just get an answer directly from the source. There we go. If he doesn't know, then I'll start a Tinker Different thread. Because actually, if the schematic's wrong, it could be I need to submit a bug on the GitHub for the project. But I'll ask Kai first. I'll just go to him, because he might have an answer. He might immediately recognize the source of the part. Who knows? Maybe he's got a data sheet stored away. I'll just ask him. Seems like a good first question, because something's not right with that board. The schematic, the data sheet, and the board are not lining up. Probably when I get an answer, it will all make sense. And maybe I'll then be able to, if I can figure out why those three things aren't lining up, then I'll see if I don't have a through-hole transistor that is at least close enough to the ratings of whatever's on the board. Which, if it's basically a 3904, I have some floating around here somewhere. I remember ordering them a couple Mauser orders ago just because they were cheap and something I wanted to have on hand. So let me figure out what the discrepancy is first. Then I will go for the finding a transistor that I can at least try to see if ADB starts working again. Because I would like to save the board if possible. But if I don't, if like I manage to butcher the board too far, then I may start pulling parts off of it to see if I can't at least salvage my LC board. I have an idea of which chip I think is bad on it, but yeah, well, Jeremy, this 3904 is probably the closest, but given that every data sheet we found so far, the pinout in the data sheet doesn't match what I'm seeing on the board. I'm going to double check before I just slam a 3904 on the board. I mean, that probably is the closest, and I'll have to find mine. As I said, I don't know where they've gone to. I need to get some like drawers or something to organize my parts in, but that's like below buying stickers for the channel and below a bunch of other stuff, because those bins are expensive. But yeah, let me figure out the discrepancy. It probably is a 3904 with an alternate pinout. I have seen those. It's usually because two manufacturers picked a different pinout for some reason. Maybe because there was no JDEC standard before they did it. Maybe because maybe it's because it's not a JDEC standard transistor to begin with. I don't know why. I have seen other transistors, and I'm trying to think of which one it is, but it's like I think it's a PNP transistor in this case, or it might be an NPN. It's the AP733. I've seen those where I've found like two different pinouts. Basically, I had a project that I've given up on that it used the old style AP733, but the newer manufacturers of that part actually have a different pinout. So you can't just slam the new one into the old socket because the pinout's different. yay for changing pinouts. But this could be another case of the maybe the data sheets we're pulling now are newer manufacturers of the part, and that's why the pinout doesn't match. If I could actually find one of the older data sheets for one of the original manufacturers of this part, maybe I would see that the base and the emitter are swapped on those data sheets, and the newer manufacturers change the pinout for some reason. So, yeah, Jeremy, we'll have to do a meetup sometime. I don't know. I don't know when or where. Um, Maybe you've got enough computers for me that maybe we just have to meet halfway someday. Of course, that's still oh well. I get yeah. No, I guess if we met halfway, that would be doable in a day. It'd be a long day, but um, because I get the impression that I'm probably about 15. Well, okay, I'm not driving. No, I would probably not drive both ways in a day now that I think about how long of a day that would be. But yeah, maybe we'll just have to meet up halfway at some point, wherever that would be. I don't know. Uh, Probably. We'll have to discuss that because yeah, you've got enough computers and halfway. You've already calculated it. Clarksville, Tennessee. Actually, I'm gonna have to look that up real quick. Clarksville, Tennessee. Is that where I think it is? County seat of Montgomery County. It's the fifth largest city in the state. And that doesn't help me any. Let me go to Wikipedia. Oh, okay. That's okay, I see where in Tennessee that is, but that doesn't help me any. I'll have to map it out because I see where it is in the state. Oh, here we go. I'm sure if I see it on interstate, then okay. Come on, zoom out. Ah, there we go. Sometimes if you're trying to figure out where a place is, you just have to zoom out until you see a landmark that you kind of recognize, and that would be Nashville. Not that I've ever been to Nashville, but I do at least recognize where Nashville is. So yeah, take the last train to Clarksville, and I will meet you at the station east of Nashville. Yep. So yeah, we may just have to meet up halfway. I actually know some folks in Nashville, so maybe I may just have to meet you halfway, and I can meet up with the folks I know in Nashville. And oh, you said oh Cookville. Oh, Cookville. Oh, that actually. Oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense. Not that I know where Cookville is, but yeah, okay, that makes okay, that makes more sense, Jeremy, because the more I was thinking about where you gave me Clarksville, Tennessee, I was like, wow, that looks like you'd be going west too far. Okay, that makes more sense. Cookville, Tennessee. Yeah, okay. That's actually yeah, all right. That's okay, that makes a lot more sense. And I see where that is. Yep. Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes more sense, Jeremy. I was like this gives you both a good reason to go to VCF Midwest. Oh. Um I I I don't think I'll be able to swing enough days off to go to all the VCF events I'd like to. So, that's kind of I'm focusing on trying to go to VCF East. It's the closest one to me. Believe me, I would kind of like to go to another VCF event as much as I don't as much as VCF Midwest is probably the next logical choice. I have to admit Chicago's not really on my list of cities I really want to visit. But yeah, VCF Midwest is probably the next logical choice because that's where the one in the middle of the country that everyone seems to meet at. Um, her, but yeah, I'm hoping to make it to VCF East, but unfortunately, that one is like uh, that one's kind of out of Jeremy's travel range. So as much as I would love for Jeremy to be at VCF East, that one's definitely out of his travel range because I know where he is, and yeah, that would be a haul for Jeremy. Whereas I think for him, Midwest is much more achievable. But I believe Jeremy is going to try to make it to VCF Southwest. I don't know what the name of it is, but the one in Dallas. I have never been to Dallas, Jeremy. Now Dallas is like, I think Dallas is 21 hours from me. You were saying how VCF East would be 21 hours from you. I believe Dallas is 21 hours from me. If I were going to, in fact, quite honestly, for me to actually be able to go to, I think the only other VCF event where I could practically drive to is VCF Southeast, because it is actually not much further than VCF East in terms of travel hours. It's just kind of like the opposite direction, but it is a bit further. Really, for any of the other VCF events, I'd probably really have to fly because Chicago is a long drive from here. Dallas is a really long drive. In fact, if I were, I'd actually, I kind of wanted to go to Computer Reset, but I really kind of knew that it probably wasn't going to happen because in order for me to have gone to Computer Reset in Dallas, it was going to be like 2 days driving there and 2 days driving back, just because of how long it is. And those would have been long driving days. So, and then I would have melted in the warehouse. So it's kind of what I kind of, honestly, as much as I wanted to go, I kind of realized it was not going to happen. Even before 2020 happened, just because of how far it was, and I would have probably ended up getting more stuff than I could have reasonably shipped. So I would have really needed to drive there to bring it back. So, but yeah, Dallas is like, I think 21 hours from me. VCF West is definitely a not driving to VCF West. Definitely have to fly there. Practically to get to Dallas, I'd have to fly. Chicago, I'd practically have to fly. VCF East, though, is actually a really easy one, especially because I'm going to carpool with someone if I actually pull it off. And it's an even shorter drive. So, yeah, it's like, it's definitely drivable. So, yeah. Yeah. Yes, VCF Southeast, yeah, I'd have to go to, yeah, I mean, it's just down in like Atlanta. So it's kind of one of those, it would be like, I mean, I could drive there, but that's probably about the furthest that I would practically want to drive to do something like that. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, for some of the other VCF events, if I were going and I flew, then that's going to limit what I could bring and what I could bring back. Because if I were going to go exhibit and have a table, then if I'm flying, then I practically have to ship everything there. And if you look at a video that I forget who linked, Everything is Broken Garage. Ryan posted it to Mastodon, I think. The trials of shipping monitors. Yeah. It would be really expensive for me to make sure they got there safely. And because let me guess, let's see. United breaks guitars. So United probably would break a vintage computer. Yeah, I don't think, well, Southwest is nowhere close to me, so it's not like I could try Southwest, but I don't know how they would do it with vintage computers. Let's see, I guess there's American, and I don't know that I'd want to put a vintage computer in check the luggage with them either. Yeah, kind of one of those. If I flew, I'm not gonna really be able to exhibit because I'd have to ship anything, and then anything I buy, I'd have to ship back. So it's kind of one of those. To go to a VCF and me to actually have something I could exhibit and then be able to bring stuff back without worrying about if it's going to look like the computer or a box full of sadness, then yeah, I got to drive. So, okay. Well, I'll have to look at the calendar. That could be a tempting invitation. But yeah, Sean is saying, yeah, monitors need at least 4 inches of padding, then put in a box, put another 4 inches of padding, then put that in another box. Yeah, exactly. Um, the thing is, I have been shipped monitors before. In fact, actually, Joe has shipped me 2. Joe doesn't double box them, but he uses the next best weapon, and that is there is definitely 4 inches of padding around all 4 sides, but he also uses packing peanuts to make sure um, the sides of the to protect the sides of the monitor. Um, Also, it's not like it's going cross country to come from Joe, so that probably helped. But yeah, okay, yeah. If you fly in, don't bring anything with you. Just buy stuff and ship it out. That's what Clint did last year. Yeah. Anyways, we'll have to see. I've been I don't I'd have to look at the VCF calendars and yeah. Anyways, yeah, I know it's possible to ship a monitor safely, but usually it takes someone like Joe or another retro collector that knows how to do it to get it there safely, not random eBay seller. But yeah, yeah, Joe does what Javier. I think Joe learned from Javier. Pool noodles on the sides and corners, copious amounts of bubble wrap. Um, Make sure that there's not any room for the monitor to shake around in shipping. And the monitor arrived intact. Uh, yeah, although you haven't seen me use that monitor because the monitor did arrive intact. It worked once, but then one of the ICs died on it. But that wasn't shipping damage. That was unfortunate aging. So that was the. Um, but luckily in this case, though, I've got a way to fix it. I just haven't gotten around to it, and I hope we'll probably do it soon. Though I've got a replacement board for the monitor. In this case, I was able to find someone that had a parts monitor that matched mine, so I've got another parts board to put in it. But yeah, this is a case of the one of the ICs died, and I can't figure out which one. And but I've got a parts board that should be in good shape, so I'm just going to first just try installing the new board and see what it does. So VCF Southwest is in late June. Yeah, I'll have to look at the calendar. It's kind of one of those. I know I won't be able to make. I can't go to all the VCF events. That's definitely for sure. Because I do need to save vacation days for other things too. But we'll see. We'll see what might happen this year. If things go better this year, maybe I can make it to a second VCF event this year. I mean, I was thinking I'm toying with the fact of maybe trying to go to a second VCF event this year rather than something else, but I don't know. I haven't made a decision on that. But we'll see how the how things go, and we'll see if maybe I can't make a second VCF event. I think I first need to make the first one, which means I need channel stickers and things to hand out. I think I'm going to have a busy next couple of weekends. Anyways, I think it's about time for me to end the stream because I do have to go to work in the morning. And I think I've done about all the damage I can do for the night. Anyways, I will put let's see, VCF Midwest should be in early September. Okay, I guess that's not okay, VCF Midwest, maybe that's far enough out that maybe I can make it work. I don't know if I don't know if late June might not be far enough out. So yeah. Oh, sloppy Malibu's making offers that I might not be able to turn down. Yeah. We'll see. Earn those vacation days. Well, yeah. I need to earn some vacation days. I need to make sure that well, okay. I don't earn the vacation days. I have permissive leave, but I do know there's a limit to what I'm permitted to take. So it's kind of one of those, I got to balance the other things I need to do this year that will take vacation days versus VCF events. So I do know I need to take some vacation time to work on the house. I need to take some vacation time for me to go visit family. So I got to balance all that with the vacation days to do VCF events too. So kind of one of those. I the time is not necessarily the problem in so much that I got to balance that with the other things I need vacation for, and knowing that there is an upper limit to what I can practically take. So, um, also there are parts of the year where it's easier to take time than others, because there are certain parts of the year like the last week of the year where no one's at work. But unfortunately, there's no VCF events the last week of the year. But yeah. So, but anyways, yeah, you're right, Sean. Life before hobbies. I do need to take vacations, some vacation to visit family, and I do need to take some vacation to do some work on the house, such as finally paint the basement. Although those paint cans that you see behind me are a trick. Those are not the paint for the basement. The paint for the basement's off camera. It is starting to be warm enough during the day that I know that it shouldn't be too long before it starts not getting quite as cold at night. And that will mean the basement should stay warm enough to actually put the paint on the walls, and that'll be good. And we'll see how fast that goes. It's going to be. There's a lot of wall down in the basement to paint. I've been saying I'm going to do it, but this is the year I'm going to finally do it because it just needs to be done. So yeah, yeah. I know yeah. I don't accrue vacation. That's the other thing. But yeah, I know people who've worked for companies that accrue vacation. Yeah, just like your dad. His last day was in March, but his retirement date was at the last day of October. Yeah, because he'd accrued so much time. So yes, Jeremy, I wish you luck in trying to make your hobby your life. So I know you are trying to become your own boss. I do wish you luck in that endeavor. So yeah, use big rollers. Yeah. Um, yeah, I have a actually I have a ace up my sleeve, so but yeah, I've got some big rollers, but still it's for the paint I'm using, it's like to paint the walls with the two coats that they'll need. It's like 30 gallons of paint. Um, yeah, even with big rollers, it's still going to take me a while to paint the walls. But I guess that's the one cool thing. When you see, that's probably going to be the first corner I start with, because I really would like to push those shelves back against the wall so I can actually store more things on them. So yeah, you'll know when I've started the project, because you'll notice that that wall will no longer look a dingy gray, but will instead look a nice, crispy, fresh. Well, it's white paint. It'll look nice, bright, fresh white. But well, it's just because it's the what is it? Yeah, the dry lock paint. I'm trying to I want to paint drywall on the walls. I'm hoping it'll help cut down on the moisture that seeps from the ground into the basement. So I don't have like water problems, but I'm hoping it'll help keep the humidity down a bit from where water, I guess the water vapor will come through the concrete. So that's my theory, at least with the dry lock. It'll help a little with the humidity so that the humidifier doesn't have to run as much. Red wine colored. Well, now I might then go back and paint some color over top of it, but first I need to do the dry lock paint so that because if I'm going to take the then time to make a cool color on the wall behind me, and yes, I have had a thought of doing an accent wall behind me, but that kind of means these shelves will have to move because that's where the accent wall would be. I have an idea for that. I may have been inspired by another YouTuber's accent wall in their video space. Macintosh librarian. I am not going to apologize for copying your idea because it's a great idea and imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. I hope I got that quote right. Plus, I actually have an idea that it won't be a direct copy, so I'm not going to give all my secrets away. But yeah, paint them green. You joke, Sean. You joke. I have a can of chroma key green paint. Someday, something's going to get painted green, and you all won't notice it immediately. But I do have a can of chroma key green paint. And I'm not necessarily going to admit to when it goes up on the wall. But no, it's not for the accent wall. But there might be some other wall that gets painted chroma key green somewhere. If it helps with taking photos of things to make thumbnails and get the background out quicker, then yeah, I might actually paint part of the basement wall chroma key green because it's a basement wall. If I ever were to move, I can always put another color over it so that no one's asking, well, why in the world do you have a green square on the wall? Yeah, I've got an idea. I might be imitating Kate's wall slightly, but it also has a twist that would be my own. So, Sean's saying he bets the walls are already green, and I'm not telling. I'm not telling one bit. However, I will tell you one thing though, Sean. I don't have 30 gallons of chroma key green paint. I just have one can. I'm not going to say how big of a can it is because actually I've forgotten how big of a can it is. But I only have one can, so I haven't painted the entire basement chroma key green. Yeah, Sean's, you are faking. You need to paint your basement. Well, actually, even if I pointed my camera at those cans of dry lock paint, you all are gonna be like, but they're empty now. So there's no point in me moving a camera for that. Anyways, I think we've had enough fun for one night, and I do have to go to work in the morning. Because after all, I gotta, even though I've got permissive leave, I still kind of have to effectively earn my days off by getting my work done. So, um, So, anyways, I think it's about one can. That's 3 cans. Yeah, no, and I've already realized now that even if I post pictures on social media of me painting the walls, you all are just gonna be like, yeah, that's an old photo. You've already painted it." So I'm not getting out of this one. No way, no how. So, anyways. Put green, yes. Just put green diagonal stripes on the wall so it makes them interesting with chroma key. Yeah, you all are giving me lots of bad ideas. So, anyways, glad you all could join me for the live stream. I guess it's good. I got the LC2 logic board recapped. I'll get it in the ultrasonic cleaner, and hopefully the last few quirks will go away with that. Got another LC2 board that I'll put in the ultrasonic cleaner because I don't have caps for it. But hopefully nothing falls off of it when I recap it. But that one, there's no sound now, so hopefully recapping it will restore the sound. Otherwise, well, it might be a parts board, because that could mean the sound chip's bad, but we'll see. Recapping it usually restores the sound. And I guess I gave it a good try with the LC board, but there's something up between the data sheets and the schematic and the board. So I'll probably reach out to Kai and ask him a question, and maybe he can enlighten what the problem is. And I'm kind of wondering if it's just we have the wrong data sheet. So anyways, that is it. Glad you all could join me. I really do need to end the stream now so that I can be earning those vacation days tomorrow, and then get on with everything I have to do this weekend, including my taxes and a Toastmasters speech competition. So, yes. Oh, hi, Roger. You joined right as I'm ending, or at least you're lurking. But yes, there's whiteboard paint too. Yes. I would like to put some whiteboard paint up, or a whiteboard up somewhere, because I'll let you all wonder why. But maybe I'm trying to imitate another YouTuber too. So anyways, take care. Hope to see you all next time. Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on Dave's stream if I get my taxes done in time, but otherwise I'll be streaming next Thursday, 8 p.m. And we will be looking at an LC3. And then if I'm able to get the caps, we'll circle back to the LC2. But we'll see about that. So we're looking at an LC3 next week, because I'm walking down the line of pizza boxes. So tune in next time for more pizza box fun. Take care. Hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.